occasion, the 60th anniversary of the European Directorate for the Quality of Medicines and Healthcare. It's also an honor to hold this conference here, in the freshly renovated hemicycle of the Council of Europe, a symbol of democracy, which is one of the 3 fundamental values of the Council of Europe. Birthdays and anniversaries are a time of celebration, of course, but as anyone who has ever blown a birthday candle or 2 knows, they are also a time of reflection. So with that, I'd like to thank you for joining us as we celebrate and as we reflect on our collective achievements in improving public health, and as we ask each other, how can we build an even stronger future together? Over the next couple of days, you'll be hearing from public health leaders with expertise in diverse areas, who will help us take stock of the EDQM successes over the years, and who will help shed light on the public health challenges we face today and those we'll face tomorrow. Before I hand it over to our first speaker, I just have a couple of housekeeping notes. First, the conference is being filmed and streamed online, so hello to all of our online viewers. And secondly, there will be photos taken throughout the conference, so we just thought to let you know. And now, without further ado, to get us started in our conference, it's my great pleasure to welcome Madam Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Marija Pejčinović-Burić.
Monsieur le vice-ministre de la Santé de la République de Lituanie, Monsieur le vice-ministre de l'Assemblée parlementaire du Conseil de l'Europe, cher Pierre-Alain, Monsieur le directeur exécutif de l'Agence européenne de médicaments, Madame la directrice de l'EDQM, chère Petra, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs, Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires, chers invités, Mesdames et Messieurs. C'est un grand plaisir pour moi de pouvoir participer aux célébrations avec vous aujourd'hui. Depuis 60 ans, EDQM apporte une contribution considérable à la santé publique sur notre continent et au-delà. Nous bénéficions toutes et tous de son travail pour garantir l'accès à des médicaments et produits de santé sûrs et de qualité et leur disponibilité. Aucun autre continent ne s'est doté d'un organe d'une taille, d'une échelle et d'une portée équivalente à celle de l'EDQM. Il s'agit là d'une réalisation remarquable et d'une caractéristique de notre civilisation européenne moderne. Il convient donc de s'arrêter un instant sur la manière dont elle a été créée, ici à Strasbourg. Depuis 3/4 de siècle, le Conseil de l'Europe œuvre à la protection et la promotion des droits humains, de la démocratie et de l'état de droit. Notre charte sociale européenne définit certains de ces droits en termes clairs. L'article 11 énonce le droit à la protection de la santé, et notamment l'obligation des gouvernements d'éliminer dans la mesure du possible les causes d'une santé déficiente et de prévenir dans la mesure du possible les maladies épidémiques, endémiques et autres. Mais l'Europe de l'après-guerre a continué à souffrir d'un manque d'harmonisation de la qualité et de la sécurité de ces médicaments et de ces produits de santé. Les épidémies de maladies évitables et les catastrophes humanitaires telles que les inondations ont entraîné la perte de vie qui aurait pu être sauvée. Il fallait que cela cesse. Une solution multilatérale devait s'imposer. Comme c'est toujours le cas pour les défis liés aux droits humains qui dépassent les frontières internationales, lorsque cette solution est apparue, elle s'est présentée sous la forme de l'EDQM. Une institution qui vise non seulement à garantir la sécurité et la qualité des médicaments et des produits de santé, mais aussi à garantir leur accès et leur disponibilité à ceux qui en ont besoin. À partir de 1964, les travaux d'élaboration d'une pharmacopée européenne ont commencé, à laquelle il faudrait, en temps voulu, se conformer pour l'autorisation de mise sur le marché des médicaments. C'était une évolution décisive, mais seulement le début de l'histoire de l'EDQM. Depuis lors, son rôle s'est transformé en fonction des évolutions politiques, sociales et scientifiques, et s'est développé et renforcé au fil des ans, de l'élaboration des normes de la pharmacopée et des normes en matière de transfusion sanguine et de transplantation d'organes, à la mise sur le marché et à la surveillance indépendante des médicaments et des cosmétiques, en passant par des activités de renforcement des capacités qui aident les autorités nationales et les professionnels de la santé à améliorer la résilience de leur système. L'EDQM continue d'instaurer la confiance, de garantir l'excellence et de jouer son rôle dans la prévention des crises sanitaires et les réponses à leur apporter. What does this look in practice? Literally, thousands of documents, our documentary standards, reference standards, and valid CEP certificates recognized, thousands more manufacturing sites inspected, biological products released, and market surveillance studies conducted, along with hundreds of quality assessment studies and audits. As a result, the quality and safety of medicines on the market has been enhanced, and the presence of contaminants and toxic ingredients has been minimized. The free movement of medicines in Europe and beyond has become a reality, and public health outcomes have been improved. But if we want a single example that shows the extraordinary ability of the EDQM to adapt and react to crises in the interest of individual citizens, it is the response to COVID-19 pandemic, where the EDQM facilitated the rapid exchange of information between member states, made freely available the pharmacopoeial text needed for vaccine research and production, and was instrumental to releasing billions of doses of COVID-19 vaccines distributed in Europe and around the world. Perhaps too few people know about this life-saving work, but modesty, expertise, and hard work have always been fundamental to the public service ethos that drives the EDQM and its staff. You breathe life into the right to protection of health, and on this important anniversary, I thank you, each and every one of you. Of course, your work is far from over. Europe and the wider world face both geopolitical challenges and the impact of fast-evolving science and technology. Again, multilateral solutions must be found. And again, we must call on the adaptability and ingenuity of the EDQM. I know that you are ready for this. You are meeting the current challenge of medicine shortages with a methodological guide and a European drugs shortages formulary. You are anticipating and responding to ongoing, new and emerging public health challenges through your current medium-term strategy. and you are adapting to the increase in medicines being developed and used worldwide with a long-term investment strategy, including the construction of a third building that will enable you to expand the EDQM's portfolio of reference standards and acquire and use new technologies. The EDQM has an unrivaled leadership role in Europe's fast-moving regulatory landscape, and a reputation and impact, and that continues to attract observer states from around the world. Your actions today are preparing your further success tomorrow, and that is in all of our interest. In doing this, you are showing what international collaboration, what multilateralism continues to achieve in our complex modern world. The Council of Europe's belief in human rights is a belief in the dignity of every individual being, and every part of our organization works towards securing that. The EDQM is a shining example of what we can achieve together, and an inspiration for the years ahead. Congratulations. I wish you all a very happy 60th anniversary celebration, and in advance I would like to excuse myself not being able to stay longer with you, because there is another conference today starting in Berlin on Ukraine Reform called Ukraine Reform Conference, so I will have to head on to Berlin. But in the meantime, I know you are in a very safe hands of the organizers, Petra, and the team who worked tirelessly, that this day or these 2 days really mark an important anniversary. And personally, I'm really thrilled that this event reopens this hemicycle that has been renovated, and actually it waited for renovation for years, and it was delayed. And in a way, I feel rewarded that once we done it, and I congratulate to each and everyone who worked on it. It was not easy to the member states to have financed it, because it was also very expensive, but we are now up to the standards in many ways. And I'm thrilled and happy that you will be the ones using it for the first time after it has been renovated. All the best for the work, all the best for these 2 days, and of course, be healthy and happy and enjoy this anniversary. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Secretary, for your opening remarks. And we also regret that you aren't able to join us for the rest of the conference due to your duty travel, but we thank you for your best wishes for the success of the event. Next, we have the honor of hearing from a representative from the Committee of Ministers, and then a representative from the Parliamentary Assembly, which are the Council of Europe's 2 driving bodies. As of May, the Republic of Lithuania assumed the duties of the presidency of the Committee of Ministers, and so it is under this presidency that we are holding this conference. It's why I'd like to now extend a warm welcome to the Vice Minister of Health of the Republic of Lithuania, Aurimas Pečkauskas.
Esteemed Ministers of Health, honorable members of the European Parliament, distinguished permanent representatives to the Council of Europe, Madame Petra Doer, Director of European Directorate for Quality of Medicines and Healthcare, Madame Secretary General Maria Pecinovic-Buric, valued representatives of patient and donor associations, members of academia and media, ladies and gentlemen. As Lithuania has commenced the chairmanship of a Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, it is a great honor and privilege to welcome you all to this prestigious conference commemorating the 16th anniversary of the European Directorate of the Quality of Medicines and Healthcare. Today, we gather to celebrate 6 decades of remarkable achievements, unwavering dedication, and the relentless pursuit of excellence in safeguarding public health across Europe and beyond. For 60 years, the Directorate for Quality of Medicines and Healthcare has been at the forefront of ensuring the quality, safety, and efficacy of medicines and healthcare. This milestone is a testament to the collaborative efforts and shared commitment of all stakeholders present here today, who have contributed significantly to the organization's enduring success. Dear friends, I would like to start my address by reflecting briefly on our history to acknowledge the rich tradition of pharmacopoeias used by our pharmacists. In the 18th century, the most advanced pharmacy in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania belonged to Jesuit monks at Vilnius University, housing a rich library. After the Jesuit order was dissolved in 1773, an inventory revealed the pharmacy had 415 books, including 5 pharmacopoeias. The Lithuanian Museum of the History of Medicine and Pharmacy exhibits 2 18th century pharmacopoeias. Pharmacopoeia Württembergica, published in 1754, and Pharmacopoeia Borusica, published in 1799. In the 19th century, pharmacies in Lithuanian provinces used pharmacopoeias of Imperial Russia, notably Pharmacopoeia Rosica, first published in 1770s. By 4th decade of 20th century, Lithuania had its own pharmacopoeia, which helped establish a national pharmaceutical practice. A new chapter opened when we regained our independence after 50 years of Soviet occupation. Since February 14, 1994, Lithuania has held observer status in the European Pharmacopoeia Commission, utilizing the European Pharmacopoeia at the national level. On November 7, 2004, Lithuania became the 33rd full member of European Pharmacopoeia Commission. This collaboration has provided invaluable benefits to our institutions and lifted our collective efforts to the next level in providing high-quality healthcare to the public. We grow stronger and more resilient together. I am glad to share that following the Directorate for Quality and Medicines and Healthcare recommendations and the resolution on the implementation of pharmaceutical care for the benefit of patients and health services, efforts are being made to enhance pharmaceutical care services in Lithuania, improving medicine use and healthcare quality. Also, our commitment to public health extends to other critical areas, such as organ transplantation. The National Transplant Bureau's representatives actively participate in the activities of European Committee for Organ Transplantation, sharing best practices and breaking down the barriers. Projects like Theodore have led to successful exchange of medical practices, resulting in saved lives. Cooperation with the Directorate for Quality of Medicines and Healthcare allows organ donations to cross national borders, benefiting people across Europe. Between 2012 and 2023, international donor organ exchange gave hope to 41 recipients in Lithuania and more than 100 patients abroad. Heartwarming stories, such as successful transplantations of baby hearts from Latvia to Lithuania and 36-year-old heart from Lithuania to Switzerland, highlights the importance of inter-country cooperation. These stories are not just statistics. They are the very essence of why we are here today. They remind us that our work transcends borders and bureaucracies, touching real lives and bringing hope where there was despair. Each success story fuels our commitment and inspires us to strive for even greater achievements. Mutual trust grows every year in our cooperation with the Directorate for Quality of Medicines and Healthcare. In 2024, Lithuania will host European Donation Day, becoming the capital of organ donation and transplantation. Meetings of European Committee for Organ Transplantation will be held in Lithuania on October 3rd and 4th, followed by an international conference on October 5th. Experts will share best practices and discuss opportunities for closer cooperation. European Donation Day aims to raise awareness of the need for organ, tissue, and cell donation and promote voluntary, non-remunerated donation. This year is particularly significant for Lithuania as we celebrate 20th anniversary of our membership in the European Pharmacopoeia Commission in November. We look forward to commemorating this milestone in our country. Reflecting on our past experiences, it is crucial to address future challenges. The COVID-19 showed that remarkable results can be achieved when scientists, industry, regulatory institutions, and decision makers join their efforts. High-quality and effective COVID-19 vaccines and medications were served to public in a short period of time, preventing millions of people from illness or even death. This demonstrates the crucial importance of interinstitutional and inter-organizational cooperation in any field, especially when facing a global crisis. Resolving the complex problem starts with a dialogue between all stakeholders. We witness such a dialogue here, with raising problems of today, looking for solutions tomorrow, and tackling them together. I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference as we continue to work together towards healthier and safer Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Minister of Health, for your remarks and insights into the positive impact of the EDQM's work on your country. Joining us next is Vice President to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, Pierre-Alain Frides.
Madame la secrétaire générale du Conseil de l'Europe, qui vient de nous quitter, Monsieur le vice-ministre de la Santé de la République de Lituanie, Monsieur le directeur exécutif de l'Agence européenne des médicaments, EMA, Madame la directrice de la Direction européenne de la qualité du médicament et des soins de la santé, chers invités, Mesdames, Messieurs, j'ai le grand honneur de m'adresser à vous aujourd'hui et de parler au nom de l'Assemblée parlementaire du Conseil de l'Europe. Et j'apprécie grandement d'être le premier parlementaire qui peut parler dans ces locaux admirablement rénovés. Je parle donc au nom de l'Assemblée parlementaire et des personnes qu'elle représente en ce jour où nous célébrons les 60 ans de la Direction européenne de la qualité du médicament et des soins de santé, mieux connue sous le nom d'EDQM. Ce moment de célébration est non seulement l'occasion de regarder en arrière sur 6 décennies d'action et de réussite, mais aussi de réaffirmer notre engagement commun envers la santé publique, la sécurité des médicaments, la sécurité des patients et la qualité des médicaments en Europe. Depuis sa création en 1964, l'EDQM a été à l'avant-garde de la régulation et de la normalisation des médicaments et des soins de santé. Ses contributions ont été déterminantes pour garantir que les citoyens européens aient accès à des médicaments sûrs, efficaces et de haute qualité. C'est un pilier essentiel de la santé publique en Europe et il est indéniable que les objectifs de l'EDQM convergent avec ceux poursuivis par l'Assemblée parlementaire et notamment ceux de sa Commission des affaires sociales, de la santé et du développement durable dont j'ai le plaisir d'être membre. Nos travaux se sont mutuellement enrichis et nourris au fil des années, contribuant à assurer une meilleure santé pour toutes et tous. Permettez-moi de souligner quelques-unes des réalisations remarquables de l'EDQM au cours de ces 60 années. Tout d'abord, la pharmacopée européenne et l'harmonisation des soins de santé. Cet ouvrage de référence, constamment mis à jour, est un outil indispensable pour les professionnels de la santé. Il garantit des normes harmonisées pour la qualité des médicaments dans tous les États membres du Conseil de l'Europe. Son rôle est crucial pour prévenir les disparités en matière de qualité et de sécurité des médicaments sur notre continent. Un autre succès de l'EDQM est son travail dans la lutte contre la falsification des médicaments. L'EDQM a joué un rôle majeur dans le développement et la mise en œuvre des stratégies visant à combattre la contrefaçon des médicaments, un problème toujours très d'actualité, notamment dans le reste du monde. Et je suis fier de dire que notre Assemblée parlementaire a joué un rôle déterminant dans l'établissement de la Convention Médicrime, qui était le premier instrument international juridiquement contraignant, criminalisant la contrefaçon, mais aussi la fabrication et la distribution de produits médicaux mis sur le marché sans autorisation ou en violation des normes de sécurité. Le travail préparatoire a commencé dès 2004, lorsque l'Assemblée a exprimé sa vive inquiétude face à la disponibilité croissante des produits médicaux issus de la contrefaçon. Notre Assemblée a ensuite adopté une recommandation en 2007 dans laquelle nous appelions explicitement à une convention européenne sur la répression de la contrefaçon et du trafic des médicaments falsifiés, en particulier les produits médicaux. L'Assemblée parlementaire a déployé tous les efforts possibles pour augmenter le nombre de ratifications de la Convention Médicrime, un effort qu'elle s'engage à poursuivre sans relâche jusqu'à ce que nous ayons la certitude que les médicaments de chaque patient sont authentiques, sûrs et fiables. De son côté, l'EDQM a également poussé pour combattre ce fléau à l'échelle internationale. Et aujourd'hui, bien qu'elle ne soit pas à proprement parler en charge du suivi de la Convention Médicrime, elle contribue grandement à son application en coordonnant un programme de travail visant à protéger la santé publique des dangers des médicaments falsifiés et des délits connexes grâce à la gestion des risques et à la prévention, ainsi qu'à l'amélioration de la coopération entre les États membres et les autres parties prenantes en Europe et au-delà. Un autre sujet important est la lutte contre le trafic d'organes. De même, l'Assemblée parlementaire a été impliquée depuis le début dans les travaux d'élaboration de la Convention contre le trafic d'organes humains et a grandement contribué à sa promotion. Cette convention joue un rôle crucial dans la poursuite de la mission de l'EDQM pour assurer le respect de la dignité humaine dans le contexte des transplantations. Là encore, nos objectifs convergent et nous devons nous efforcer sans relâche d'obtenir une plus grande acceptation et d'encourager une plus large ratification de cette convention. Je finirai par une autre réalisation remarquable qui est l'harmonisation et la qualité des médicaments. L'EDQM a joué un rôle central dans l'harmonisation des normes de qualité des médicaments à travers l'Europe. Cela a contribué à éliminer les disparités entre les pays et à simplifier le processus de fabrication et de distribution des médicaments, ce qui facilite l'accès à des médicaments de qualité pour tous les citoyens européens. Cela a indéniablement permis de renforcer la confiance des citoyens européens dans leur système de santé respectif. L'Assemblée ne peut que se féliciter de ce travail qui contribue à assurer, comme je l'évoquais en préambule, une santé pour toutes et tous. Ces avancées soulignent combien ensemble, en combinant nos efforts, nous pouvons œuvrer pour protéger et promouvoir la santé publique, en veillant à ce que les politiques et les réglementations en matière de médicaments répondent aux besoins des citoyens. Alors que nous célébrons ce 60e anniversaire, il est important de reconnaître les défis qui nous attendent. La pandémie de Covid-19 nous a rappelé l'importance vitale d'une coopération internationale solide et d'une vigilance constante en matière de santé publique, et particulièrement en ce qui concerne la pénurie des vaccins et des médicaments. L'Assemblée parlementaire s'est saisie de ce sujet et a souligné l'importance des canaux d'approvisionnement dans sa résolution sur la sécurisation des chaînes d'approvisionnement en produits médicaux. Ils sont en effet un des piliers de la santé publique et contribuent à la mise en œuvre du droit humain à la protection de la santé. Pourtant, nous ne pouvons que déplorer que l'approche centrée sur la minimisation des coûts qu'adoptent les pouvoirs publics et l'industrie pharmaceutique accroît les risques systémiques de pénurie. Nous devons chercher des réponses collectives et solidaires en Europe pour relever ce défi afin de garantir la primauté des intérêts de santé publique et accroître la transparence. En conclusion, permettez-moi d'exprimer ma profonde gratitude à tous ceux qui ont contribué au succès de la Direction européenne de la qualité du médicament et des soins de santé. Votre dévouement et votre expertise ont sans nul doute amélioré la santé de millions de personnes. Et en tant que médecin, je prends la mesure de l'importance de votre action. Je tiens à souligner que l'Assemblée parlementaire continuera à soutenir l'EDQM pour un avenir où chaque citoyen européen pourra avoir confiance en la qualité et la sécurité des médicaments qu'il utilise. Alors, joyeux anniversaire à l'EDQM. Merci.
Thank you so much for your introductory remarks and for your perspectives on future collaboration. We now have the pleasure of being joined online by the European Commission, which has a long-standing partnership with the EDQM. Rainer Becker is the Director for Medical Products and Innovation at the European Commission's Directorate General for Health and Food Safety, more commonly known as DG Santé. Thank you for joining us today, Rainer.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, it is a true honor for me to address you today as we celebrate the 6 decades of EDQM. And that is also 6 decades of close, extremely fruitful, may I say also very pleasant cooperation between the EDQM and the European Commission. I really regret not being able to be with you in person today, but Emer Cook has the same challenge as I. We have a board meeting of the European Medicine Agency starting, where we unfortunately have to be in person. So at least very happy and very much honored about the occasion to wish you a happy birthday over distance online. The cooperation between the EDQM and the European Commission began in the 60s. It was fueled really by a common vision to elevate pharmaceutical standards and to improve public health across Europe. And for the last 60 years, we have worked together to ensure that quality, safety, and efficacy of medicines really is guaranteed across Europe. The European policy on pharmaceuticals for human use and European pharmacopoeia have in a way grown up together. We had our infant days on both sides, but I think that is really long behind us. And our collaboration between the two institutions has been instrumental in shaping the regulatory landscape of quality medicines in Europe that we today thankfully can take for granted. On this birthday today, I would like to recall a few of the EDQM's major contributions to the quality of medicines in the EU, even if we all know them. Firstly, the European Pharmacopoeia is the single gold standard companion for the quality control of medicines. Secondly, the procedure for the certificate of suitability to the monograph of the European Pharmacopoeia combines assessment and inspection to ensure the quality of active substances. And thirdly, the network of official medicines control laboratories ensures a network of expertise and reliability, an unequaled network really, in testing and quality control of marketed medicinal products. But our joint efforts go by now beyond conventional medicines. Over the past 15 years, we have also cooperated on substances of human origin, blood, tissue, cells, and organs. These life-saving substances, they also demand rigorous oversight. And here again, EDQM has been at the forefront in ensuring the protection of public health through high safety and quality standards in the field of substances of human origin, SOHO in short. SOHO is also a good illustration of how we work together, European Commission and EDQM, and how successful we work together. The collaboration began with occasional first discussions on SOHO. Then it evolved over the years and deepened into regular exchanges and working sessions. And the result has now become law in the new SOHO regulation recently adopted by the in co-decision here in Brussels. Under the new rules in the EU, actually, how could I say that here in Brussels? The Parliament actually adopted and voted in the European Parliament in Strasbourg. What a faux pas on this day at this event in Strasbourg. So maybe two more recent developments I'd like to highlight to underscore the importance of our cooperation. It will, as collaboration, remain pivotal as we work in the EU to revise currently the pharmaceutical legislation and shape the future of our pharmaceutical policy. You know, the shortages of medicines, one of the major issues that has already been mentioned this morning. The inclusion of the EDQM now in the Critical Medicines Alliance will improve our collective response to shortages, in particular those caused by quality and manufacturing issues. We will continue to seek alignment and complementarity, and really that complementarity is also something very precious. It allows us to leverage the respective strengths to serve European citizens. EDQM's pan-European outreach is a great asset in this context, as it can support EU candidate and partner countries in achieving public health goals. And in closing, I would really like to thank EDQM for our long-standing cooperation. It's a testament really to what can be achieved when working together with a shared purpose to forge a healthier, safer Europe. And I have no doubt that as solid as it is, as constructive as it is, that our partnership will continue to thrive in the decades to come. And with that, happy birthday and have a great conference with I regret really not being able to attend in person. But I try to attend and stream as much as possible during the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your opening remarks about the valued cooperation between the EDQM and the European Commission. Joining us next is another valued partner of the EDQM, which is the European Medicines Agency, more commonly known as the EMA. We are joined online by Emer Cook, the Executive Director of the EMA. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I also am very sorry that I am not able to be with you in person today. It's a fantastic occasion and the hemicycle looks absolutely marvelous. But it's a real pleasure to be able to participate now online. And I want to thank Rainer for his remarks and a big thank you to Petra for all she's done as current director of the EDQM. Dear Ministers, Madam Secretary General, who I know has now left, dear Petra and EDQM colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an enormous pleasure and honour to address you on the 60th anniversary of the European Directorate for the Quality of Medicines and Healthcare, as it is now known. I'm very sorry not to be here with you in person, because I would really have loved to see many old friends again, including former EMA staff members who are now part of the EDQM staff. As you've just heard, EDQM has been a key part of the EU regulatory system for many, many years, and indeed since I first started to work in medicines regulation at the very start of my career, almost 40 years ago. For 6 decades, the EDQM has been a key European partner in ensuring the quality, safety and efficacy of medicines and healthcare products across Europe and beyond. I have had the immense privilege of working closely with the former EDQM directors, Madame Agnès Artige, Suzanne Keitel and with Petra Dor, both at European and at the wider international level. From establishing standards and guidelines to conducting inspections and supporting international collaboration, the EDQM has played a pivotal role in safeguarding public health and advancing pharmaceutical sciences. EDQM is the oldest observer at the EU GMP Inspectors Working Group, present since its creation in the 1990s, initially assisting with establishing the agency's sampling and testing programme. EDQM has also been an active observer at the Quality Working Party since its origins under the old CPMP, the very first European Committee for Human Medicines. Now, EMA and EDQM have a long history of close collaboration. I mentioned the sampling and testing programme established in 1998, which can now proudly claim that around 1,400 centrally authorised products, mostly novel and innovative products, have been tested across the EU. This activity has developed into one of the key tools for monitoring the quality of centrally authorised products, including innovative biologicals available on the European market. And other key collaborative activities and tools include the EDQM Certificate of Suitability Scheme, which Rainer referred to, the Official Medicines Control Laboratories Network, and of course, the work we do together on international harmonisation. I would also like to highlight the excellent cooperation during the COVID-19 pandemic. Close and fruitful collaboration between the OMCL network and EMEA, which allowed timely batch release of life-saving vaccines for the European population and a further independent check on their quality. 2 weeks ago, the European Medicines Regulatory Network, composed of the European Commission, the EMA and the European Economic Area's 30 national authorities, has been designated as a WHO listed authority by the WHO. The fundamental role of EDQM as part of the EU regulatory system has been recognised in this context. As we move towards the future, EMA and EDQM face some of the same challenges and opportunities, including a rapid increase in innovation in medicines, a rapid increase in shortages and supply of medicines, and managing impurities in medicines such as nitrosamines. We all know that the landscape of healthcare is constantly evolving. It's driven by scientific advancements, technological innovations, ever-growing global manufacturing and supply chains, and shifting societal needs. In the face of these changes, I'm confident that EDQM will continue to adapt and evolve, remaining determined in its commitment to excellence and integrity. Collaboration, reliance, and mutual trust has been and will continue to be the cornerstone of our success. By working together with regulatory authorities, industry partners, and other stakeholders, we can address complex challenges, we can share knowledge and expertise, and we can help to foster innovation. Together, we can ensure that patients receive the high-quality medicines and healthcare products that they deserve. As we celebrate this important milestone, let us take a moment to express our gratitude to the dedicated individuals who have contributed to the success of the EDQM over the past 6 decades. From staff members and experts to partners, each of you has played a vital role in advancing our mission and upholding our values. Happy 60th anniversary to the European Directorate for the Quality of Medicines and Healthcare. Here's to many more years of success, collaboration, and supporting innovation. And my personal best wishes to Petra and the EDQM staff and the wider EDQM network. You have done a fantastic job, and I know you will continue to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us, and we look forward to the EDQM and the EMA expanding their cooperation in the future. And now, last but certainly not least, a warm welcome to Petra Deur, Director of the European Directorate for the Quality of Medicines and Healthcare.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And first of all, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, I'd like to really thank all the previous speakers for their kind words of congratulations and appreciation. It is with great pride and immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the 60th anniversary of the EDQM, or the European Directorate for the Quality of Medicines and Healthcare in long. This event marks a significant point in history of our organization. This milestone is not just a celebration of the EDQM's long-standing contribution to public health protection, it is also a reminder of the Council of Europe's pioneering role in advancing public health, as we also just heard from the Secretary General. It is a moment of holistic reflection and a journey that encompasses the past, the present, the future, and is centered around people. It is about a journey we have undertaken together and we will continue shaping together. 60 years ago, the founding visionaries of what would become the EDQM joined forces under a strong commitment that would impact the future of public health in Europe and beyond. Establishing a robust framework to ensure that all citizens have access to good quality and safe medicines. Their vision was clear: to harmonize quality standards for medicines with the establishment of the European Pharmacopoeia, so that wherever you are and will be, Europeans get medicines of equivalent quality and thus be and feel safe every day. Today we come together to renew our commitment to a promise of well-being and trust. We stand on their shoulders, having not only fulfilled their vision, but also having expanded our mandate to meet the evolving challenges of a globalized world. Over the decades, the EDQM has grown from a pioneering initiative into a cornerstone of public health protection. Our work today encompasses a wide portfolio of activities, not only in the field of medicines, but also blood transfusion, organ transplantation, pharmaceutical care, and consumer health. our work expands also beyond only developing quality and safety standards in these fields. It is also about supporting our community to put them into practice every day. These efforts, our collective efforts, have been and remain pivotal in ensuring that state-of-the-art quality and safety standards are consistently applied, thereby safeguarding the health of millions. As we celebrate the EDQM's 60th anniversary, it is important to acknowledge that our success rests in the foundation of collaboration. It is the dedication of our staff, the support of our member states, our delegates, our experts, and the collaboration with international partners that have propelled us towards our success. It is this spirit of togetherness and shared purpose that has enabled us to overcome numerous challenges and continuously raise the bar for quality and safety for better health. In recent years, the COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical crisis, new emerging diseases, or issues such as unmet medical needs, the shortages of medicines, and the rise of falsified medicines have underscored the critical importance of our work. They have highlighted the need for robust regulatory frameworks, swift and coordinated responses, and unwavering commitment to public health. Looking ahead, we face a dynamic landscape marked by both opportunities and challenges. We live in an era of rapid advancements, for example, in biotechnology and in novel therapies, in new technologies such as artificial intelligence and digitalization. We see raising hopes for alleviating burdens and accelerating access to medicines and health products, and the increasing interconnectedness of global health systems. While all of these represent opportunities, we shall remain at the same time vigilant of risks associated with those developments. And we need to address emerging threats such as antimicrobial resistance, vulnerabilities in the supply chain, and we also shall, and the consequences of global warming and climate change. As we navigate this dynamic landscape together, we need to embrace innovation, commitment, and excellence to stay relevant and make a meaningful impact. This anniversary conference is thus a timely moment on such a journey of transformation, to take stock and reflect on what public health is today, reflect on tomorrow's needs, opportunities, and challenges, and to underscore that only by working together we can achieve more and do better and contribute to future-proofing public health. I am thus delighted to open this conference today, tomorrow, Together for Public Health, and invite you to join us here and from distance in exploring how, by working together, we can collectively contribute to creating better health for all. And before we start, I want to express my profound gratitude to each and every one of you, our colleagues, our partners and friends, for your unwavering support and dedication. Your contributions have been instrumental in shaping the EDQM in what it is today. As we celebrate this remarkable milestone, let us reiterate the commitment to our mission and envision a future where good quality and safe medicines and healthcare are accessible to all. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference ahead.
Thank you so much for your opening remarks and for reminding us of the importance of reflecting on the public health landscape today and tomorrow, and on the importance of working together. We look forward to hearing more from you later on today about what the EDQM does for our health. And a big thank you once again to all of our speakers for their opening remarks. I now have a very important announcement, so perk up. If, like me, you are a big fan of coffee, fear not, it's almost time for our coffee break. But before we let you recaffeinate, I'd like us to turn our attention to a short video which will help set the scene for our next panel, in which we'll discuss today's public health challenges and how public health leaders like the EDQM are tackling them. But to do that, it's key for us all to understand the story of the EDQM, which is exactly what this video is all about. So enjoy.
Inspired by its vision of achieving better health for all, the European Directorate for the Quality of Medicines and Healthcare, EDQM, plays a unique role in public health protection and furtherment, a role forged through 60 years of cooperation, excellence and leadership. Its mission began with the birth of the European Pharmacopoeia. This was a pioneering response to a lack of common quality standards, which prevented patients accessing safe, quality medicines. This powerful single reference tool would establish and harmonize the standards for the quality and safety of medicines and their ingredients at an international level. Striving to further ensure the quality of medicines, the EDQM set up its first laboratory, which made possible the adoption of the first texts on general methods for chemical, physical, and physico-chemical analysis. The first edition of the European Pharmacopoeia was published, setting out mutually agreed standards for more than 100 essential medicines, whose supply and permanent availability were considered critical for public health. Belgium, France, Germany, Italy, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Switzerland and the United Kingdom ratified the European Pharmacopoeia Convention, cementing it as a key legal and scientific reality. These member states would soon be joined by many more. The European Pharmacopoeia is referenced in a directive of what was to become the European Union, making it legally binding and signalling a strong common will between the two organizations to achieve their shared goal of extending harmonization across the continent for the benefit of all patients. The European Pharmacopoeia, the United States Pharmacopoeia, and the Japanese Pharmacopoeia joined forces to advance pharmacopoeial harmonization across the major regions of the world. Their pharmacopoeial discussion group not only helps protect public health at a global level, but contributes to reducing the regulatory burden on manufacturers. As more biological medicines were being placed on the market, including vaccines and blood-derived medicines, the EDQM launched the Biological Standardization Program to safeguard the quality of these innovative and life-saving therapies. To meet the demand of a globalized pharmaceutical sector and the arrival of generics, the EDQM set up the certification of suitability to the European Pharmacopoeia procedure to save time and resources for the benefit of regulatory authorities and industry, as well as facilitate the management of marketing authorization applications. The EU became a party to the European Pharmacopoeia Convention, a sign of deepening cooperation and recognition of the European Pharmacopoeia's unique role. The EDQM set up the European Network of Official Medicines Control Laboratories, OMCLs. These labs are performing independent controls on medicines across Europe, pooling their state-of-the-art resources and mutually recognizing the results obtained, protecting patients from defective or falsified products. After 3 decades of success and growth, the European Pharmacopoeia Secretariat became the European Department for the Quality of Medicines, reflecting its major mission and increasing activities portfolio. With growing staff numbers and a burgeoning range of responsibilities, a new EDQM building was inaugurated in Strasbourg's European Quarter. The EDQM's mission again expanded, going beyond medicines to include substances of human origin, pharmaceutical care and consumer health. To reflect this expanded mandate, the EDQM became the European Directorate for the Quality of Medicines and Healthcare. The Council of Europe and the EU signed a first agreement in the area of blood, marking the first in a series of many more co-funded programs. These programs today include the fields of tissues and cells and organ transplantation. Drawing on the experience of the OMCL network, the EDQM created the Official Cosmetics Control Laboratories, OCCLs, a network of independent laboratories tasked to protect consumers from the potential dangers of substandard cosmetic products. The EDQM established the network of national focal points on travel for transplantation to collect data on illicit transplantation procedures performed outside the framework of a domestic transplantation. The EDQM started to build a contingency storage and distribution site to help guarantee the ability to supply reference substances in the event of a major incident at its main Strasbourg site. As the COVID-19 pandemic swept across the globe, the EDQM ensured the continuity of its operations and especially of critical activities necessary to secure the supply of medicines. Pharmacopoeia reference standards continued to be distributed globally, allowing manufacturers to continue supplying medicines. Together with its partners, the EDQM helped ensure the development of COVID-19 vaccines in the shortest possible time, providing technical support to vaccine developers and contributing to stemming the tide of the pandemic by releasing billions of doses of the vaccines onto the market at a global scale through its Official Controls Authority's batch release network. The European Parliament and European Council reach a political agreement on the new EU regulation on blood tissues and cells. The regulation makes reference to the EDQM Blood and Tissues and Cells Guides, underscoring the long-standing cooperation between the EDQM and the European Union. The EDQM today remains true to its vision and as committed as ever to advancing public health in Europe and beyond. Together for better health for all.
Thank you all for your attention. We hope you liked the video. Yeah. All right, it's now time for our coffee break. We ask that you please be back and seated by 10:30 a.m. so we can get started with the next session. Until then, enjoy the coffee, enjoy the treats. They're just outside the hemicycle over here. And we do encourage you to check out the exhibition and the digital tools that are just outside to learn more about the EDQM. So on that note, we'll see you back here at 10:30. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed your coffee break and are ready for the next session, which promises to be an exciting one in which we discuss today's public health challenges and how health leaders like the EDQM are tackling them. Like all of you here, I am no stranger to public health crises and challenges. We did, after all, just go through a pandemic. But to put it bluntly, there are so many public health challenges, from staff shortages to a rise in mental health concerns to climate change and its impact on health. The goal of public health, and what we all want clearly, is to create environments and conditions that allow people to lead healthy lives. And in our world today, that's a big undertaking, and it's one that involves a wide range of stakeholders at the European, at the national, and at the international level. It's the work of healthcare workers in hospitals, in clinics, and in blood establishments, of researchers in academia, of partners in the pharmaceutical and medical devices industries, of donors and patient associations, regulatory authorities, and policymakers, to name a few. I can't speak for each of their diverse experiences, but if you'll allow me, I'd like to share some reflections from my own work. As a doctor working in emergency departments both in Europe and in North America, I've had the privilege of caring for patients on some of the toughest days of their lives. And it's in their stories that I see some of our most pressing public health challenges, but also some of our victories. I work in Brussels where I treat patients from all over the world and especially from all over Europe. And some are there working, others are visiting family or friends, and they often come from sunnier places like Greece or Italy. And they often arrive with their list of medications from their home country. And these are medications that they know, from care providers that they know, and from care providers whom they trust. Unsurprisingly, some of my patients are going to need further treatment, whether it's antibiotics or blood thinners or even pain medication. And when I prescribe those medicines, my patients know and they trust that these medicines meet the same safety and quality standards as the ones they would get back home. And that's all thanks to the European Pharmacopoeia. Now, here's another example. Just a few weeks ago, I saw a lady in the emergency department with a massive bleed from her stomach. She needed urgent blood transfusions. And so I obtained her informed consent for the blood transfusions with the confidence, as her doctor, that they're safe. And it really strikes me just how remarkable that is, that I trust that the blood obtained from other donors is safe to give to my patient. But that reality is no accident. It's thanks to decades of scientific efforts, of patient advocacy, and international collaboration to set the rigorous standards that protect both donors and recipients of blood products. To me, these are examples of some of our public health successes. And the reason I bring them up is because they really highlight that we can overcome big challenges. And we all know there are indeed still some very big challenges in public health. Our esteemed speakers will dive into those further, but I'd like to talk about one current public health threat and some of the key efforts to address it. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we were all dealing with the threat from the actual coronavirus, but we were also dealing with the threats posed by vaccine hesitancy. Public health officials, journalists, and clinicians all tried to explain how these new vaccines work and the measures taken to ensure they were safe. And I distinctly remember learning something quite interesting, which is that novel therapies like the COVID-19 vaccines are subject to additional layers of safety checks. That's where the OMCLs come in. The OMCLs are the official medicines control laboratories, and they play a key role in helping us access novel therapies, including during a public health crisis. During the pandemic, the OMCL network was responsible for something called the official batch release of vaccines. And what this meant is that the vaccines were checked by the OMCL before they were released to the market to ensure they met safety and quality standards. And this is in addition to the manufacturer's checks. This level of safety checks was truly essential to curbing some of the vaccine hesitancy and to ensuring clinicians and patients felt confident in their care. When I look back on all of these examples, I see a single unifying thread. And what I see is trust. Trust just might be the EDQM's most important currency and the key to navigating public health challenges when it comes to medicines, health products, cosmetics, and materials that come in contact with food. I mean, I really can't overstate this, but the EDQM's work literally affects each of our daily lives, and I'll speak for myself, but it affects my life from morning right up until bedtime. I trust that the vitamin D that I take every morning because I live in sunless Brussels is safe. And I trust that the sunscreen that I put on my face every day to protect me against harmful UV rays is both effective and safe. And I know that the metal can that has my maple syrup that I have on my breakfast granola is up to standards, and so is the tea bag holding my chamomile tea at night. Protecting our public's health through all of these realms is not an easy task, but it's essential work that is driven by the fact that the Council of Europe's mission is rooted in human rights, and this includes the basic right to access good quality and safe medicines and health products. The collaboration required to get that essential work done is as diverse as our audience here today. Among us are researchers, healthcare workers, patient and patient representatives, and government officials, policymakers, communicators, to name a few. Teamwork really is key because, as you'll hear today, there's a lot of work to do when it comes to navigating today's public health challenges in an ever-changing world. And this brings us to our next session. So here's the lowdown on the format. We're going to have 4 panels. Each of them is going to cover a specific theme. So in the first one, our speakers are going to answer questions about what it's like to navigate public health today with needs that are constantly evolving. In the second one, we're going to look at the key paradigm shifts in public health. Then we're going to turn our attention to novel therapies and how we can unlock their exciting potential. And finally, we'll focus on how to ensure patients and consumers have safe and good quality medicines and health products. I know that many of you in the audience are already itching to ask our speakers your questions, but rest assured, we'll be taking questions from the live audience here with us today during each panel using a Slido QR code. So the way it works is you scan it, it'll open a website, and then you can ask your questions while the panelists are speaking, and then you can also vote for your favorite questions. And at the end of each panel, we'll go through the most popular questions, and we'll see what the answers are from our panelists. Please note once again that only our in-person participants can scan the QR code to submit a question or to vote. And one last quick note, for those of you who are fond of social media, we do encourage you to share your posts on today and tomorrow's events using the hashtag EDQM60. All right. So let's kick off our first panel, where our speakers will be sharing their expertise on public health in a challenging and ever-changing world. I mean, we are regularly facing new threats, and dealing with them, as I said, in an unpredictable world is anything but easy. So, of all the challenges out there, what are the key public health challenges that we're facing? And in a rapidly changing world, how can we address them while balancing sometimes competing priorities? To help us make sense of these questions, we've assembled a fantastic panel of experts. So, we're going to introduce them, and they're going to join me in the back over here, and we're going to get started with our first panel. So joining us today, we have Danielle Brady, who is a policy analyst at the European Policy Center. Come on up. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. Next, we have Marcus Goeze, chair of the Manufacturing and Quality Expert Group at the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations, more commonly known as FPA. Thanks for being with us, Marcus. We also have with us Hilda van Nest, who is former president of the Active Pharmaceuticals Ingredients Committee. Welcome, Hilda, joining us back here. And we are also joined by Tomáš Doležal, who is vice chair of the Steering Committee for Human Rights in the fields of biomedicine and health. Thanks so much for being with us, Tomáš. And last but certainly not least, we are joined again by Petra Deur, who is director of the EDQM. All right. So please join me in welcoming our panelists. Thank you all for being with us, and a reminder to our in-person audience that you can send in your questions using the Slido QR code, and we'll be asking the most popular questions at the end of the panel to our panelists. So let's get started right away. So Danielle, I'm putting you in the hot seat first and foremost. So I'd like to start with a question for you. So you work at the European Policy Center and you focus on health and social policy. So I'm quite keen to hear from you. When you scan the public health landscape, what are the key challenges that stand out to you? And of those challenges, which ones do you think are driving forces and which ones do you think are a bit more disruptive rather than driving? We're just going to do a microphone check. Did you press the button? Is it green? No, there's no color. Okay. We're going to address this technical issue in just a moment. But we are going to... Does that one work? Yeah. Perfect. All the better. Can I please request someone from the audiovisual team to come and assist us?
Yes, it's red.
Because we do want to make sure that we hear your answer because that is your expertise.
Now it's working, I think.
It's working. Fantastic. We're back on. All right.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Sarah, very much for your question as well. And I think maybe reflecting on the title of this segment, Public Health in a Challenging World and Uncharted Territories, I'm going to start with maybe some broad challenges that I see in public health. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic has been referenced many times already this morning, and we really saw that there was wide political momentum and support for public health around that time. And now as we shift further away from the pandemic, thankfully, however, it calls into question that political momentum for health at different levels of governance, particularly when we reflect on the broader world and the ongoing perma crisis, be it a Russian war in Ukraine, there's war in the Middle East, but also cost of living crisis, climate crisis, and what policy trade-offs here will be inevitable, and how we counter that and make sure that public health sustains the prominence and importance that it deserves. To give an example, at the European Union level in particular, we've already seen a reallocation of health funding to other priorities. So that doesn't really bode well for future budgets and funding. And perhaps another broad challenge, which I see having implications for public health, is changing demographics. So we see we're going towards an older population in Europe, which means a higher percentage of the population requiring care, which places pressure on already overburdened systems. And this, combined as well with a reduced working age population who would finance expenditure, really poses a challenge, and there will be increased demand for medicines and treatments. And without proper upskilling and reskilling of the healthcare workforce, for example, there's a risk, and with proper planning and financing as well, there's a risk of widening already too wide inequality gaps. So investment is really needed in order to combat that. And just reflecting on the workforce, as you mentioned yourself earlier, there are very strong challenges there as well when we look at shortages at different areas in the healthcare workforce. So that's also something, particularly in the context of changing demographics as well, that also needs to be addressed. Just to touch quickly as well on some of the other challenges and perhaps that are disruptive as well, antimicrobial resistance, which was also mentioned earlier on this morning, really is one of the most pressing issues facing public health in Europe, and has been rightly deemed a silent pandemic by the WHO, and it affects all countries and regions. But its consequences are also worsened by poverty and inequality. So it's really something that we need to focus on, and also causes or gives argument for the reason to have more transdisciplinary approaches to public health and policy making, and also to a One Health approach or a planetary health approach, where we take into account animal health, human health, and of course health of the planet. And this also links then to the next challenge, perhaps, that's important to mention. It's also been mentioned this morning as well, and that's climate change and environmental health, which poses massive challenges for public health. For example, pollution causes 1/10 of premature deaths in Europe, and about 10% of all cancer cases are linked to environmental occupational hazards. So again, this gives reason to really work to more transdisciplinary approach to policy making, putting forward One Health approaches, planetary health approaches, in order to not allow that disruptive force to really pose even further challenges. And just to touch on one further challenge, and just to say, of course, there are many challenges facing public health today. These are just some of perhaps the overarching. And this challenge is also, it's a driving force and also offers much opportunity. And of course, that's artificial intelligence and digitalization, which offers really many opportunities when it comes to personalized medicine, drug design, customized treatment. But it also comes with challenges in terms of cybersecurity issues and ethical concerns, but also the question of inequalities. We need to ensure that populations have the right skills, digital literacy, but also going back to the workforce as well, that they're also equipped with the right skills in order to utilize AI and digitalization for the good of public health. And maybe just before I stop there, to also say that particularly on the 60th anniversary of EDQM, there are lots of challenges in the world, but there's also been great progress made in the last number of decades. So also important to note that, and to say, of course, medicines are so much safer than they were when EDQM started. So we also need to take stock of some of those positive things that have happened, while also being prepared to tackle the challenges.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that answer, Danielle. I'm a naturally optimistic person, so I started off this session by pointing out some of our successes, so I'm glad that you also alluded to some of our successes. And you pointed out a few different topics that we're going to do a deep dive on later, like AI, digitalization, climate, and sustainability. So great that you pointed out those challenges, and it's reassuring to hear that some of these challenges are actually driving forces and not just disruptive, things that halt our progress. So thank you very much for that answer. Now I'm going to turn over to the other end of the panel. We have Marcus and Hilda. I want to get an industry perspective on a question that I've been thinking about a lot. And basically it's, how do you think that we can balance public health policy? How do we build public health policies that balance, on the one hand, the need to focus on protecting the public health, and on the other hand, fostering scientific advancements? Like, how do you strike that balance between protection of public health and the fostering of scientific advancements? Perhaps we'll start with you, Marcus.
Thank you very much for the question. I hope you can hear me well.
Yep.
First of all, I would like to thank, of course, EDQM and the Council of Europe for the invite here to represent FPR. It's a great honor to be here, and a pleasure, of course. And thank you much for the question, because that's actually something that keeps me busy almost every day. I think what might be good to start with is looking at a little bit at the current situation. I mean, as you said, we have a lot of wide-ranging challenges in Europe. We have aging population, we have increasing number of chronic diseases, cancer. We have at the same time budget constraints, as everybody is aware of, depleted healthcare workforce. And of course, the bigger picture, the geopolitical challenges we are all facing, as well as the climate change. I think from an FPR specific perspective, what is very important is that we, as the innovative part of the medicines manufacturers here, that we are seen as a solution to these challenges, and not just simply as a subject of cost containment, as it is in many public discussions these days. And why do I say that? It has been mentioned several times before, the COVID pandemic. Mm-hmm. And I would just like to remind everybody that the COVID pandemic actually showed how important it is to have a strong pharmaceutical industry and life science that is really tackling these health crises and is basically helping the population. And I mean, what the pandemic nicely showed, it was really Europe's strong R&D ecosystem, the knowledge, the expertise in health medicines related platforms that helped to ramp up very quickly, not only the development of vaccines and COVID therapeutics, but at the same time also manufacturing them under sometimes very, very difficult conditions. As we all know, borders were closed, which has an impact on raw material supplies and all these. It was actually, I can tell you this, very challenging for us to work during the COVID pandemic. But at the same time, we managed come with new vaccines, to come with new therapeutics to help us out of this pandemic. And at the same time, what is also sometimes forgotten, we continue to manufacture all the other medicines on the market. So this is maybe also worthwhile, again, mentioning that, again, under these difficult conditions, we have provided new and existing medicines to the patients that need them. So also looking a little bit into the future, so the European resilience will certainly rely on its ability also in the future to deal with such crises. And innovation is really at the core of all this. Innovation, looking at, homegrown research and treatments in Europe, and not only, of course, being overly reliant on other parts of the world, right? But at the same time, as you know, we, as the FPM member companies, we are global companies. So it's important to have this together, right? Europe plus the global environment. And it's certainly an appeal also to the European politicians that we should look at the future competitiveness of Europe, because it's very, very important moving forward. And just looking at a few numbers, and I know we have not much time, but I just wanted to remind everybody, when you look at our investment, we invested in 2022 44.5 billion euros into R&D in Europe. Yeah? So this is really quite a significant number. We have close to 900,000 employees working in our industry. So it's really important to keep that in Europe, right? To make sure that the right framework is in place to have that, to continue with that. It has been mentioned before, but again, I think what is important to highlight, our industry is really at the cutting edge of science. We are developing a lot of new modalities. I think also Petras mentioned some of them before. And many of these new modalities actually also addressing unmet medical need. I think this is also something very important also for you as a physician, right? There's many conditions where we have nothing at the moment, right, to treat any patient with. But looking a little bit again now into the future, I think what we see at the same time when we look at Europe, it's not only the political system, but also from our own way how we do our business. We still do have a lot of new approvals for new medicines in Europe, but we see, if you look, for example, over the last 5 years, we see already a decline of approvals in medicines in Europe, and this is clearly not a problem of EMA. It's more how do we look at Europe in general, right? How do we think Europe supports innovation? So, for example, in 2022, we had 97 new medicines approved in Europe, whereas in 2023, it was only 77, yeah? So that's quite a significant decline already. At the same time, if you look at the clinical trial landscape, which is, of course, it's even more important when you think about innovation, we also see that in recent years, we see a decrease in clinical trials in Europe, and this is clearly something that concerns us also. Yeah? And we, of course, we are asking ourselves, why is that, especially, by the way, in the area of ATMPs, where we have many, many more trials for these cell and gene therapies in other regions of the world.
So Marcus, what I'm hearing you say is that instead of seeing it as opposite goals of like investing in fostering scientific development or investing in public health protection, what I think I'm hearing you say is that investment in fostering scientific advancement is part and parcel of protecting the public health so that we can ensure we have adequate medications, adequate access to novel therapies, etc.
Absolutely.
Okay, fantastic. Following on that same theme, Hilda, I'm wondering if you have anything to add on how we strike that balance. There we go. We can hear you. Perfect. Great.
So thank you for the question there, Sarah. And to build on what Marcus was already saying, innovation really is key for industry, right? Also coming in from the active pharmaceutical ingredient manufacturers, we need innovation. And innovation does not only come from within the industry, it's also driven by the surroundings, the environment that we live in. That also drives us to make changes. So if I think about innovation for the active pharmaceutical ingredient manufacturers, it's like environmental changes are happening out there. We all want to take care of the environment because the environment also protects our patients. So then I think of solvents that we're using in our manufacturing industry. We want to reduce them. We want to change them to come to more safe solvents. We also want to reduce the waste in there. So that also impacts, of course, the manufacturing industry. and creates like a lot of opportunities to make changes and create innovation from within, but also, as I said, from outside. Reducing costs from an industry perspective is also something that is playing continuously, and it comes in depending on, from different angles there as well, right? So we do process changes to be able to reduce costs and to bring medicines towards the market with a lower cost than before, within a certain economical model, of course. So process changes, even site changes are things that we are working on in industry, part of. But then we also have that science, as you were saying, Sarah. How does the science impact us? Science is evolving really rapidly.
Yes.
And what we're trying to do within an industry is embrace those scientific evolutions. How can they help us to go faster, to go cheaper, to bring more quality towards the patients, etc. That also means, of course, that the framework around us would have to change with a similar pace, right? So if industry is moving with a certain pace because the science is evolving with a certain pace, we're obviously also looking at a regulatory framework that is helping us at a similar fast pace. And that is, of course, both from our side at the active pharmaceutical ingredients, but also at the pharmaceutical manufacturers as well, together with the health authorities. So that pace is going to be really important, whether it's a regulatory framework combined with inspectors or something else. That's really something I think we need to look at to make sure we can reach those patients with the best technologies and medicines that we can manufacture. Creating space also for that industry is going to be important. So we need that framework, but it needs to be properly an actual framework with space inside for the industry to actually maneuver. So that we can indeed apply those new technologies and those new innovations, meaning analytical methods, but just as well new equipment, new ways of processing also. And that means as we evolve, there's probably going to be innovation from some time ago that now is no longer that unknown, but has maybe evolved to a situation that is kind of known. So from novel technologies, some of them really are not novel anymore. They're now kind of understood. So maybe also we need to have a shift in the regulatory framework, quality framework that helps us evolve in that way as well. So that is also that balanced guidance that we're looking for, right? Balanced guidance in terms of the framework needs to be there to protect the patients, but also needs to give some space, as I call it, for the industry to actually use that system so that we can bring the innovation forward as well. That also means that the monographs, for example, the monographs were setting the quality standards for EU, but also in the other regions of the world, in the US and Japan, as was already discussed earlier. Also, those monographs will have to evolve and make sure that they address the new science, especially on an analytical front then, to make sure that whenever we bring a product to the market, that quality standard is up to the scientific standards as well. So an evolution is going to happen there as well. And both, of course, on analytical techniques, but also on equipment that is being used. Because the pharmacopoeia is really nicely describing how we need to perform the method, what equipment we need to use with that method. But sometimes we already see that there's different equipment that makes it easier to perform an analytical test or can even be more precise. So therefore the monographs will also move forward with updating their science and technologies. What also is important from an industry perspective is that science is out there. We try to embrace that and embed it in the way we manufacture our medicines or our pharmaceutical ingredients. What we will need also is some kind of a framework to share our science and knowledge, how we translated that into our processes and techniques with the health authorities, so that they understand what we're doing and how we're doing it. But what is going to be important is that we always do that within that framework of how do we protect the patient's safety. Mm-hmm. So it's not
that's really the crux of it. How do we protect the patient's safety?
Exactly, right? So it's not just sharing the science that we need to do, it's really focus on what is really critical in that medicine for the efficacy and the quality of the medicine. So we need to look at a framework also to transfer those new evolutions there. And then, of course, Europe wouldn't be Europe if not all the member states were there, and the world would not be the world if we would not have all sorts of different countries. So from an industry perspective, we typically work worldwide, which means we actually manufacture medicines for all the patients in the world. So for us, it would be really beneficial if there's a lot of collaboration between health authorities within EU, of course, but also across the world. That definitely would help us significantly to reach the patients out there in the world overall. And to give you maybe an example, a personal example, my mom was diagnosed with cancer in 2017. It was a rare cancer type, so she got medication and it was all under control. But when she was going treatment, she got the question, would you be open to participate in a study? And that was a study that the aim was actually to make a correlation between certain blood levels and the status of the cancer. And she went like, okay, I will have to do some blood sampling. I'm not feeling too good, but yes, why not? If it's helping science forward, so yes, why not? So she participated in the study, and it was actually due to the results from that study that when she got a fever, not so long after she was diagnosed, she got a fever and she was actually deteriorating very much. And it was actually that study that showed that the cancer cells had mutated and that therefore a second line of treatment was needed. Unfortunately for my mom, it was too late. She already got chemotherapy and she didn't survive the chemotherapy. But she participated in that study to make sure that once the correlation for that test was actually validated applicable, hopefully the next patients in line would be able to benefit from that. So it's like that collaboration between different disciplines that would actually move also forward for the benefit of the patient, making sure that second lines of therapies would be available there.
Thank you very much for sharing that story about your mom, and it's very brave of her to have, taken the time and the opportunity to try to improve the care of future patients. So thank you very much for sharing that with us. A quick reminder to our audience to keep sending us your questions using the Slido QR code and to vote for your favorite ones. But before we go to Slido, we have a couple more questions to get through. My next question is for you, Tomasz. So we've just heard from Marcus and Hilda about fostering scientific advancements and the regulatory and economic case for doing so, and how, they're complementary goals. But once we have new innovative health products or technologies, we all know that the access to those innovations is not the same. So I want to touch on a problem that Danielle identified, which is issues of equity. So Tomasz, when you look at the current challenges out there, which ones get in the way of equitable and timely access to health innovation?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question and for the invitation. And I would like to recall that I'm the member of the steering committee of the human rights in the field of biomedicine and health. So my perspective will be a little bit different. It will be not the public health perspective. It will be a human right perspective. So I will take the challenges from the human rights perspective from the individual level. Very important from the human rights perspective is to mention the Article 3 of Oviedo Convention, which actually ensures the equitable access to health care. And this is the basics, and we are trying in our work in the steering committee to build on this article. The main challenges from the human rights perspective, I will see, they were already mentioned some, but one of the biggest challenges was the current COVID-19 pandemics, which actually highlighted the need for equitable distribution of vaccines, treatments, medical equipment. Then the other current challenges is equitable access to innovative treatment, which are very costly, they are highly expensive, and they are increasing more or less, and they are creating the barriers for lower income population. Then I would like to mention technological advances, for example, the use of telemedicine, which creates very interesting challenges, and the use of AI, which was already mentioned here, because both the use of telemedicine and AI, they are somehow changing the relationship between doctors and patients. So this is a big challenge from especially ethical perspective. And then there are some other challenges. One of them, for example, is the use of synthetic biology and genomic medicine. And then by the use of AI and telemedicine, we are facing two challenges to privacy and data protection. And definitely, with the aging population, there is increased demand for healthcare services, and definitely we are facing two challenges how to deal with, for example, mental health issues as well from the legal and ethical perspective from the human rights perspective. So there are many more challenges, but those are the most important. And well, if needed, then we can probably discuss other challenges as well. But
absolutely, yeah. So thank you very much for your answer, Tomáš. It sounds like the two main barriers to equitable access to innovative health and technologies that you've identified are, first, the economic barrier. These things are costly, and not everyone and not every country can offer access to them. And secondly, even though we have new tech like AI and digitalization, that's going to possibly change the way people access innovative health products as well. Did I get that right? Yes. Okay, fantastic. I want to circle back to the balance question that we dealt with regards to fostering scientific progress and protecting public health. And that leaves you, Petra, right in the center there. We've heard from industry about how they see that balance, but we would love to hear from you to see how does the EDQM balance those two things, the protection of public health and the advancement of scientific progress?
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. I think it's on now.
Yeah, it's on. Perfect.
Colleague is managing it now. Thank you. First of all, I think it's really important to outline that scientific advancements, new technologies in general have great opportunities, while we talk about a lot of the challenges that they also incur. I would like to echo a bit what industry colleagues said about the speed of innovation, and it can possibly outpace the adjustment, the evolution of regulation. Mm-hmm. That's definitely an issue for standard setting and policy making bodies, that these processes can be rather slow, and especially compared to the pace of technological and scientific innovation. And they may need to be adapted to enable regulatory authorities, regulators, and policymakers to keep up with that pace. I think a challenge as well is in understanding completely new technologies and the possibility that at the time when they reach patients, there may still be remaining unforeseen, unknown risks that only can be identified after wide or more widespread use. So we need to deal with uncertainties. It's not a new concept for regulators, but something to bear in mind, obviously. New technologies can also be quite complex. For example, if you look at some of the new and emerging technologies, like, for example, also concepts, personalized medicines, and they can be difficult to regulate at times, especially effectively regulated. And they may then require new regulatory approaches and also obviously building up of expertise at the level of those bodies that establish standards and policies. A big challenge, I think, is also then at the end of the patients receiving those innovative treatments, it's misinformation and lack of trust. It has been mentioned already in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic with vaccines hesitancy. I think it's really critical that new medical technologies are also accepted and appropriately used by patients and citizens. This kind of misinformation and mistrust can cause issues then at the receiving side. And then I would like to echo a bit also the comments that were made by Tomáš from CD Bio about the social considerations around inequity. I think we know that these rapid scientific advancements They also have a price tag, and they might not be equally accessible to all populations, potentially also widening health disparities. With regard to the pace of regulation and adaptation, I think I'd just like to mention a positive example as well, which I felt, it's not necessarily linked to the EDQM, but to the handling of artificial intelligence. And I think if you look at the convention that the Council of Europe has established or drawn up in a very short period of time, as well as the EU proposing regulation on AI, that has been obviously a priority, and then things can go quite fast as well.
Absolutely. Anything further to add?
That's it.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your answer, and thank you to all of our panelists for taking the time to answer my questions. But I'm especially keen to hear what your questions are. So I'm just going to hop over here to check out the Slido questions to see what is on your mind. Ooh, we have a lot of questions. I love that. 16. Very nice. Okay. So we're just going to scroll back to the top one and see which one got the most likes. So, ooh. Spicy question. Okay. So the first question that was most voted is, do you have a proposal how to bring back manufacture of active ingredients to EU? Starting off light, I feel like we should give the floor to Hilda to take that question first, and then we might see if Marcus has any other thoughts or anyone else has thoughts. So Hilda, first spicy question is for you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And I'm really coming in from a technical level. There's other organizations that are operating on a more political level on this. But I guess definitely, so I mentioned cost, right? Cost was the reason why a lot of the manufacturing for the pharmaceutical ingredients actually shifted over to other parts of the world. We do realize, of course, that if things like pandemics and other situations happen, then boundaries may close. Therefore, we're creating shortages because we can no longer access important ingredients that we need for our manufacturing, right? So there definitely is a possibility there to look at the technology. So if we're driving innovation from a European perspective, that means that a lot of new technologies are going to come, hopefully, also from the European territory, right? So what might be a possibility is to make sure that those innovative technologies are actually leading to manufacturing also within EU. So based on the technology, we may want to consider having certain technologies within EU, and hopefully that will then lead to making sure that, and I'm not sure how to phrase this, but at least important medicines, and I don't want to go into the definition of this.
What's essential and what's not, yeah.
Exactly. But definitely that we can at least manufacture some of those then in EU.
Okay. Marcus, I see you nodding. Do you have any quick things you want to add to Hilda's answer?
I have a couple of points to add. I mean, I can see that this question is obviously very important and
32 likes, yeah.
Close to many people's hearts. Just two quick thoughts. I think we should, all of us should be aware that at the moment we are in a very important phase in Europe because we have the update of the European pharmaceutical framework, right? The directive and the regulation are up for revision, and there is a lot of opportunities in that regard. And I think the key word I just want to put out here is that we should make sure that we do not overregulate. The problem is, as you might know, many parts of the world see us like this old phrase, right? Europe regulates and the rest of the world, especially EU and China, innovate. I think that's the point here. It's an opportunity, and we should all be aware of this opportunity. And actually, FPR is working a lot on providing comments in that regard. Now that the package, the pharmaceutical package, actually moves into the phase of the negotiation with the Council. I mean, in that case, the EU governments, right? And the other thing, and I understand we will talk later as well about it, is obviously when we think about bringing manufacturing back to Europe, we need to make sure that Europe is at a level playing field. I think that's very important because we do see, especially in the areas of implementation of the Green Deal, that although it's understood that Europe wants to be at the forefront, at the same time we can move into that area of over-regulating, maybe not even intentionally, but I give you a good example in the current debate is the example of the forever chemicals, right, PFAS, and the imminent ban of PFAS. It can have a very significant effect on our ability to manufacture because it's basically everywhere in our manufacturing chain. Just to give an example, if you have a vial, yeah, there is a cap, and underneath the cap is sealed with Teflon to keep sterility. If you ban Teflon, and you don't have an alternative that might affect a lot of patients. I just put it out here. I think the point of keeping Europe at pace, at a level playing field with other regions is very important, that we, when we do innovation, when we do investment decisions, feel that the money is actually well invested in Europe.
Yeah, well, it's a big question to answer in just a few minutes, but you've done a great job of giving us a lot to think about. I see that Petra has something to add.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, obviously the question is linked to the problem of shortages of medicines. And in my view, it is a multifaceted problem, and one solution will not fix the whole root causes of this. So it will require a number of measures and tailored measures to address the individual problem with an individual ingredient, for example.
Yeah.
So it's not a solution that will fit all. And just mentioning also, because Rainer Becker referred to it in his introductory remarks, the EU has initiated the Critical Medicines Alliance, and looking into different measures on how to address shortages. And besides EDQM having its own activities and initiatives in this area, we also contribute to the work that is done in the EU to tackle the issue.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you very much for your answers. Any other thoughts on that one before we go to the next question? Let's have a look which one got. All right, 25 thumbs up. All right. You have not been easy with our panelists. How do you think we can solve the issue of shortages of many of very essential medicines like antibiotics that can endanger our patients' survival? So this segs very nicely from your comment, Petra. Who would like to try to dive into drug shortages a little bit more? Danielle Brady, you talked about medications being safer in the last 10 years. Do you have any thoughts on drug shortages and how we can solve that issue?
I think
big question, 2 minutes. Go for it.
I'll try my best. So obviously it's a massive challenge, and I think just building on what Petra said, I think the Critical Medicines Alliance is a very good first step in trying to combat the issue of medicine shortages. And I think as well it's a challenge for now, but it's also a challenge that we will have to cope with in the future if not dealt with now, particularly when we look at other challenges such as changing demographics, older populations, which will require most likely more medicines, more treatments, more care. So I think the Critical Medicines Alliance is a good step, and we need to build on that going forward in order to make sure that this is not a challenge that continues with us, but one that we address here and now.
Absolutely, and it sounds like you're sounding the alarm a bit that if we don't deal with it now, as our population ages, it's just going to compound and be a bigger and bigger and bigger issue.
Exactly, and it's one of those things we can see how the population is going to go. We can see what's coming down the road for us. So it's important to address it now and not in 20, 30 years. Look back and say, well, we knew this was coming, but we didn't address it. So yeah, it's of importance to act now, yes.
Absolutely. Any other thoughts on that before we conclude our first panel? All right, so thanks for not being too easy with our panelists. You gave them some really difficult questions to ask, and we're very grateful for that. So please join me in thanking all of our panelists, and a big thank you as well to each of you for submitting your great questions. I've really appreciated learning about which of today's public health challenges are top of mind, and I especially found it really interesting to reframe the relationship between protection of public health and maybe investment in fostering scientific progress, that maybe they're complementary and not opposite goals in a budget sheet. So once again, a big thank you for our speakers for their time and expertise. Great. So we're going to be moving on to our next session. So I would like to ask you all to resume your seats, and we will invite our new set of panelists. So the second panel is all about navigating public health transformation. So we just talked about public health challenges, but now we're going to talk about the big paradigm shifts that are happening in the world of public health. Because here's an undeniable fact. The field of public health is changing. We've heard it a lot, but it's also changing very quickly. And it seems to me, at least, like now there are more and more external pressures and external risks and external threats that are changing the way that public health experts approach their work. We'll give you an example about medicines. So it used to be that the sole focus was on the safety and quality of products, which is obviously essential, it's obviously important, we're obviously still focusing on that. But nowadays, we also are focusing on addressing other more external pressures, such as the increased attention to environmental sustainability in drug manufacturing. There's renewed attention to crisis preparedness and supply chain issues. We just talked about it with drug shortages. And more broadly, we've also heard about this, there's always the issue of resource management. Money doesn't yet grow on trees, and countries are always juggling multiple priorities. So there's a renewed attention on finding which interventions give us the biggest return. And all of these external pressures are changing the way that we approach public health issues. So for this next panel, we've assembled a great set of experts to tell us more about these paradigm shifts. So without further ado, let me introduce them. So when I call your name, I ask you to please come and join us on the stage over here. So let's first welcome Volker Oepling, Chair of the Biological Standardization Program Steering Committee. Welcome, Volker. We are also joined by Katerina Brezovska, who is a member of the General European OMCL Network Advisory Group. Thanks for being with us. After you. Next, we have Salvador Cañigueral, professor at the University of Barcelona and chair of the European Pharmacopoeia Commission. Thanks for being with us, Salvador. And we also have with us Pavle Zelic, vice chair of the European Committee on Pharmaceuticals and Pharmaceutical Care at the EDQM. Welcome, Pavle. And now we have the pleasure of welcoming back Petra Deur, director of the EDQM, as well as Marcus Goese, chair of the Manufacturing and Quality Group at the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations, FPA. Welcome back to Petra and Marcus, and a warm, fresh welcome to the rest of our panelists. A reminder once again to send in your tough and spicy questions to our panelists using the Slido QR code. We really appreciate it because it keeps us on our toes and makes sure that your questions are answered by our experts. So my first question is for you, Katerina. We've heard a lot about money, and we've heard a lot about cost efficiency specifically. And it seems to me that there is a shift and a bigger focus on cost efficiency in healthcare. And it seems like that's clearly going to affect what policies and what programs get funded and get implemented, for example. So Katerina, in your capacities, you know lots about the OMCL. And it's safe to say that obviously the OMCLs cost money to operate. So on the one hand, can you tell us more about their role? And can you also tell us how they actually end up saving public money?
Very much, Sarah, for your question. First, I would like to say that it is my great honor to be present here at this conference and participate in this panel discussion. And please let me start my answer with the definition of an OMCL.
Very good.
So the OMCL stands for Official Medicine Control Laboratory. These laboratories are public, independent laboratories with competence and unique expertise in testing medicines. These laboratories perform testing of medicines with chemical active substance, biological active substance. Some laboratories have expertise in testing medical devices and other pharmaceutical preparations. These laboratories are established and nominated by national competent authorities for quality control of the medicines for human and veterinary use. The GEON stands for General European Official Medicine Control Laboratory Network. This network coordinates the activities of the OMCLs and facilitates exchange of knowledge and expertise, provides a platform for sharing scientific information, and develops monitoring and surveillance strategies. So the role of the OMCLs within the network is paramount to public health, for protection of public health, in several ways, but the main and the most important role of these laboratories is quality control of the medicines. By performing testing independently from the manufacturer, these laboratories ensure the quality and therefore safety and efficacy of the medicines for human and veterinary use in different stages of their life cycles. Medicines are tested during the marketing authorization procedure and also as a part of post-marketing surveillance activities. These post-market surveillance activities and monitoring of the quality of the medicines when they are placed on the market helps to identify suspicious products, and by rigorous testing of these suspicious products help early detection of substandard and falsified medicines. This way, using these results obtained from the laboratories, regulatory authorities can undertake several protective measures, regulatory measures, for recall of these suspected falsified or detected substandard or falsified product, and thereby protecting public health and in the same time reducing the cost that will be needed for additional medical conditions caused by these substandard or falsified medicines. So one very good positive example of this activity of the network is the response to nitrosamine case. As you all know, several years ago, nitrosamines, which are classified as substances that cause cancer, were detected in sartans, which are medicine used for treat hypertension, but also in other active substances and pharmaceutical products. So thanks to the collaborative efforts of the network and work sharing, the nitrosamine testing group was created. This group developed harmonized methods for detection and quantitative determination of nitrosamines in active substances and finished products, and managed to test a large number of samples of active substances and finished product. And using the results obtained by the laboratories, regulatory authorities undertook several measures, including recall of the concerned batches from the market, thereby protecting public health, but also developing stricter guidelines and limits for control of these impurities in all active substances and products. Additionally to this activity, to the testing activities, OMCLs help to streamline the regulatory processes by providing expertise to regulatory authorities for evaluation of the scientific documentation during the procedure of obtaining marketing authorization. Also, these laboratories are ready to give a rapid response during emergency situations, like, for example, the break of disease or some other emergency situations. And also, the very important role of this network is building capacities of the laboratories. By organizing training and technical assistance, OMCL network help to build capacities of the laboratories within the network. This includes not only laboratories of the countries which are member states of the European Union, but also the other countries outside of the European Union, and additionally to the low and middle income countries. With this, OMCL network help to strengthen and to better keep oversight of the quality of the medicine throughout the world, thereby protecting public health and saving cost.
Yeah. So it sounds like the main thing that really struck me is that it sounds like you're describing that an ounce of prevention is worth its weight in gold later on. So if we focus on testing these medications before they get to patients, we can avert downhill issues by making sure that we catch things early if there's any issues. Yeah, thank you very much. That's a strong case for cost efficiency in this instance.
Thank you.
I want to shift over to another paradigm shift, which is crisis preparedness. We've heard a lot about the coronavirus pandemic. Obviously, it's still front of mind, and obviously it's changed how we approach things. And one of the things we're seeing is that there's a bigger focus on crisis preparedness and on policies and institutions being better prepared for the unpredictable. So one of the crises is medicine shortages. We've talked about it a little bit, but I'd love to hear more about it from both Pavle and Salvador. So we'll start with you, Salvador. What is the EDQM doing to tackle medicine shortages? Can you give us an overview of the efforts to deal with this and how crisis preparedness is changing our approach?
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you for inviting me here to share some actions. Let me tell you that we have seen that medicine shortages are a multifactorial issue, and so there is no one solution of one institution for that. There is a compounding of different actions, different institutions that will contribute to that. So in the case of the EDQM, has in place a number of actions for that, that are involving different departments with many experts. And first is the certification department of the EDQM that has in place a fast-track certification assessment for those active pharmaceutical ingredients that are in shortage. And also this department can provide information about reliable sources of those APAs. Second, when a similar medicine can be obtained from outside, for example, EU, and could be important, the OMCL network, the official medicine control laboratory, can help for testing this medicine that is not approved in the EU for being imported. And finally, and this is a little bit more my task here, is the elaboration and publication of the European drug shortage formulary. This action is, in fact, under the auspices of the European Pharmacopoeia Commission and in coordination with the CDDPH. The formulary will consist in a collection of monographs describing the preparation and quality control of unlicensed pharmaceutical preparations that can be used in case of shortages of essential medicines. These monographs will not be legally binding, will be open access, so will be in the website of the EDQM and can be downloaded for free. And these monographs will be recommendations and guidance to hospital and community pharmacies for the preparation of stock medicines. These monographs will be prepared already from already existing monographs at a national level. They will be revised, they will be updated, they will be validated. Additional information that we can find in literature or anywhere will be taken in account if necessary. And when finished, approved, etc., they will be put in on hands of the member states. Then they can use and will be, what is important, a consensus monographs. It is important that this, the EPC, what we call the European Pharmacopoeia Commission, I'm sorry, I am so used to
Thank you for clarifying it for us. Yeah.
The Commission has already significant experience in preparing such a type of monograph, and this experience arises from the preparation of the European pediatric formulary and the same methodology that is being used for this formulary for the pediatric formulary will be used for the European drug shortage formulary as well. Nowadays, a dedicated group under the governance of the Commission is already in place and is already working for that formulary. Let me tell you that we can face two different situations depending on the circumstances of the shortage. The first one is when it's an active shortage. In this case, what we need is a short-term, quick answer, and rapid actions. And in this case, what we think that is to prepare a document providing an overview about what is already in the member states, and technical recommendation, expert opinions, so on pharmaceutical preparation that can be used in the case of shortage, and so the member states can use this document for mitigate the negative impact of the shortage. Then the second situation is when there is no active shortage, but always there is a risk for shortages for essential medicines. In this case, a long-term proactive action will be performed that include the identification, selection, prioritization of those essential medicines in risk of shortage, and then the elaboration of the monograph, publication of the formulary, and maintenance of the formulary that is also the formula compiling these text. So, as I already said, there is not a single solution. But here we have a significant contribution to mitigate the consequences of shortage for patients, and in accurate and harmonized manner in Europe.
Thank you very much, Salvador. I appreciate that you distinguish the efforts on active shortages and on potential shortages, things that are at risk, which kind of reminds me of the crisis preparedness we did with pandemic, where we were forecasting which variants were coming and preparing ahead of time for them. So similar crisis preparedness paradigms.
Just to say that in case of COVID, that wasn't a crisis, the crisis that where we have shortages. What we have, that is the pediatric formulary, already helped to have some medicine in shortage for children.
Right.
This is also important.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn over to you, Pavle. What are your thoughts on what the EDQM is doing to tackle shortages? I'd love to hear what you have to add.
Thank you so much. Now for something completely different, shortages. So yes, I mean, this is really probably the most important public health threat that we are facing nowadays. And I think it comes back to the really human condition. We are creatures of comfort, and we are also very forgetful. So sometimes we say that vaccines are the victims of their own success, but I think the whole healthcare system and the provision of medicines is the same. So we count that the pharmacy will be filled with medicines that we can use at any given moment, but it's not the case anymore. It's not linked with the COVID pandemic, but definitely it was one of the causes, and nowadays we have to face the new realities. So for the foreseeable future, and unfortunately, I come from a country that knows very much about how to deal with shortages of the most essential medicine, and I can tell you it's not pretty at all. So what can we do to solve this Pandora box? It can lead to many other problems. I say Pandora box because it leads to loss of trust. It leads to people taking advantage of the social media and finding frauds out there, giving them counterfeit medicine. It leads to costs that go up and the quality of life that goes down. But what is EDQM doing to solve all of this? Well, I mean, right now we think that we may be weak, but Sigmund Freud famously said that out of our vulnerabilities will come our strengths. So I truly believe that EDQM, us here right now, are the root of the solution, and that solution can be in a very practical ways, and I'm happy to be part of some of the solutions that are being taken care at the level of EDQM. So there are several initiatives ongoing right now that have been using some resources, especially the connections between all the countries around Europe, so not only EU, but non-EU countries like my own, Serbia, and safe pharmaceutical preparations, appropriate of quality, and use of temporary replacements for potentially unavailable essentials licensed medicines with a view to ensure continuity of care, and this is something that CDPPH, the committee I represent, is all about, and minimizing the impact of medicine shortages on patients' health status and their well-being. So the two things that some of them are already being mentioned, but I will come back from it from the perspective of the European Committee of Pharmaceuticals and Pharmaceutical Care, the CDPPH, and of course the European Pharmacopoeia Convention. We have been working in synergy to do two closely related projects. So the one was already mentioned, the European Drug Shortages Formulary, and the Formulary Working Party established in November 2023 with their first expert opinion already published. But then there is the methodological guide to select medicines at risk of shortages, and this is something that we can be talking about at CDPPH quite a lot, and it is once again to support national competent authorities and healthcare professionals in the identification and selection of medicine that can be in short supply during public health emergencies of all sorts, and then we can be prepared in hospital or community pharmacies. And this is also about something that Petra was saying a little bit before, about enabling the community in enhancing their capabilities to really address this issue. So we all live in communities, and our communities really need to take care of each other, but there is a bigger pan-European community that is considering all of us here and taking care of all of us. So then, of course, one should never notice what has been done. One should only see what remains to be done, said Marie Curie. And I think this is really what we need to think about, always looking forward, always looking at the solutions. And at this point, I was encouraged by the organizers to share a personal story and to make the issue more relatable. So I thought really long and hard, should I tell you all about this? And then I decided I will. So here goes. Remember when I mentioned a while before how I know I come from a country where we know how it is to feel the lack of essential medicines. So I will tell you how I know this very personally. So imagine this setting. I'm 12 years old, it's 1993, and I have a very sudden and very serious kidney failure. I may lose a kidney. So I was luckily diagnosed at the last moment, and I need to have a series of surgeries, and I'm in the basement of University Children's Hospital in Belgrade. I'm lying at improvised surgery table. I'm waiting for the surgeon for the first of the surgeries, and he's busy. He's not there. He's speaking with my father. And it's funny how children can hear some things, especially the ones they're not supposed to hear. So I hear the surgeon explaining to my father that there is a shortage of anesthesia, local anesthesia needed for my surgery. And my father makes a decision, and I hear about it. He says, we'll go on with this. And then he holds my hand throughout all of this, and he looks me in the eye, and my kidney is saved. And I won't tell you about the other stuff. So, without the anesthesia. So there are many stories like this. There are things happening right now in Europe, stories like this, and I want all of us to think about all of this, so no children, no fathers need to take this thing into consideration. And I, in conclusion, believe that we here are the solution to the problem, and I will quote Marie Curie once again, that don't be afraid of perfection, you will never reach it. So we don't need the best solution, we need some solution. And I strongly believe here at EDQM we have the essence of this solution, bringing nations and authorities from all over Europe at the same table with open mind to solutions that are not local but pan-European. And at the very end, just a short thank you note. I want to thank the organizers, I want to congratulate them on the huge anniversary, thank the audience, especially online, thank my chair and dear friend Emanuela Chesta, I hope you're listening, dear Francois Xavier Larry, Secretary Sylvia Ravera, of course Ines Duplessis, Michael Halden, and what I learned at EDQM, always thank the translators.
Yes. A round of applause for the translators, please. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Pavli, for sharing your story and for illustrating for us so poignantly what's at stake when we have drug shortages. On a much, much smaller scale, I remember a year and a half ago, I went to a pharmacy to get an EpiPen because I have some deadly allergies, and my EpiPens were expiring, and I went to 4 pharmacies, and none of them had any EpiPens in stock. And I remember thinking, like, wow, I really took it for granted that I could just show up to a pharmacy and get my EpiPen. So clearly an issue that is top of mind for us all and that has a lot at stake. So thank you once again. I'm going to make my way over on this side of the stage because I'm going to put 2 other people in the hot seat. So we have covered a few paradigm shifts so far, namely cost efficiency and crisis preparedness. Now we're going to shift over to our one and only planet, planet Earth, and we're going to talk about environmental sustainability. So I've got a question for both Petra and Marcus. So it sounds simple, but I highly doubt that the answer will be simple because it's not a simple concept. How do public health activities affect the environment, and how can we make the work that we do in public health more environmentally sustainable? Perhaps we'll start with you, Petra.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah, for the question. Very pertinent, obviously. So I think public health and environmental sustainability are closely interconnected, and their causal effect relationship is bidirectional. On the one side, the environment degradation due to pollution or climate change has an impact on health. It can cause respiratory diseases, cancer, and also increase the spread of tropical diseases and cause other health problems. And the lack of access to clean water, for example, can cause waterborne diseases such as cholera, typhoid fever. In general, health systems are threatened by these effects, and their sustainability will be challenged in many ways by the consequences that may evolve. And to address them, I think, may involve the development also of new treatments or new and different healthcare settings. On the other hand, public health-related activities also have a clear impact on the environment. And just to give you a few out of the many examples, there's, for example, the transportation, logistics, and production, which are resource consuming. We're talking about many of the active ingredients and medicines being produced in India and China and being shipped to Europe or to the Americas. So that's a resource consuming and also energy intensive industry and requires significant amounts of water as well. And these long and complex supply chains, they can also have considerable environmental footprints. Then the generation of waste and the management can lead to environmental contamination and also the use of certain chemicals in the pharmaceutical but also cosmetics and food industry can result in the release of harmful substances into the environment and then also potentially impacting air and water quality. We thus need to mitigate these impacts by adopting sustainable practices such as reducing waste and investing in energy-efficient technologies. We also need to invest in education and awareness raising, promoting environmental sustainability concepts and actions within the public health sectors, but also among the general population. And let me just conclude by highlighting what the EDQM is doing in this field. Within the midterm strategy that we defined, we set ourselves a strategic objective on sustainability, and also our long-term investment strategy has an overall aim of maintaining sustainability and enhancing environmental sustainability. This is again bi-directional. On the one side, it should deal with how we can improve the sustainability of our operations, such as our carbon footprint that should be reduced. That's in line with an initiative of the whole of the Council of Europe. And also how can we include sustainability considerations in our standard setting activities. So
thank you very much. And then, so from an industry perspective, because a lot of these are about manufacturing and production, you know, tangible things that have a carbon footprint. I'm just wondering, Marcus, what do you make of this question from an industry perspective?
Thank you very much. Obviously, a very important question, and we are actually thinking a lot about this. So let me just start again with not again highlighting the challenges, but I think what, from our perspective, is very important when we think about the overall frameworks. I think especially the plea to the governments from an FPA perspective would be to look at any spending in the healthcare sector, not just as a cost or burden to society, but more rather looking at it as an investment, right? Because investing in the health and well-being of citizens is certainly, and I hope you all support it, a good thing. And I think, especially also if I look at the FPA member companies, we are really at the forefront of advancing and pushing for solutions. And of course, we know that many things we are doing, there can be, and there is an environmental impact. I mean, of course, if you think about manufacturing as such, right, you need energy, you need water, you need raw materials, and so on. But increasingly, when we look at all these operations, we really look at the point of sustainability. So this is really something that is very, very high on the priority for us innovative companies. I think, again, looking at the governments and also the regulatory frameworks, what is important, again, when you think about coming up, for example, with new regulations, it's very important to incentivize innovation and sustainability to have this basically going together. And if you invest in research and innovation, of course, you should think about, for example, developing new environmental friendly manufacturing technologies. And I think, again, I'm highlighting this. We do this essentially with any new manufacturing process. For example, we do think a lot about the element of sustainability. I think what I wanted to mention here as well is what is very important when because we want to think about switching into solution mode, right? I mean, we know the challenges. We want to think about what can we do. And what Europe needs is basically an ecosystem that transforms innovation and ideas into becoming basically a world leader, right, when it comes to developing new sustainable solutions. And I've been talking about the Green Deal before. It's important, although it brings also challenges to us, it's important to push the envelope in that area. It's recognized that this something has to happen there. But again, we as FPA member companies, we offer our collaboration in all these efforts. And like I mentioned, these challenges with the PFAS before, I think only in tackling these together, we will come to a solution that actually in the end does not negatively affect the patient. So I can just summarize in saying we as FPA, we are really, we recognize the urgent need to address climate change, environmental pollution, and the impact it can have on the environment, of course. But we are really committed to taking decisive actions to reduce our environmental impact across the whole value chain, contribute to building resilient, sustainable health systems. Just giving you an example, because Petra mentioned the supply chains before. We as FPA, for example, we support a lot the switch to electronic patient leaflets, and you might wonder why, but if you think about the amount of paper that goes into printing patient leaflets and the impact it has on the overall packaging and logistics and all that, by moving into an electronic solution, and we strongly support it, it can have really a significant impact, just to give you an example. So again, I think we are trying to embrace this thinking in whatever we are doing, obviously always based on scientific sound principles, but driving also circularity, for example, is really one of our guiding principles in hopefully addressing these challenges in the future.
So it sounds like, Marcus, you're saying that you welcome this shift towards more green practices, environmental practices, but there also needs to be more incentives to facilitate that shift, because as you mentioned, there's a cost, a cost and a consequence to pursuing greener practices, but we all know there's also a cost and a consequence to not. So stuck between a rock and a hard place, I'm afraid. I'm going to make my way over to the other side to ask some question about the last paradigm shift we're going to explore. So just a recap for everybody. So far, we've talked about cost efficiency and how that's changing things. We've talked about crisis preparedness and drug shortages and how that's changing the way that programs are put in place to address and prevent drug shortages. We've talked about environmental sustainability and how we can incorporate that more into public health. The last question I have, the last paradigm shift I'd like us to explore is about animal testing. So Volker, we have you here with us, and you are a specialist in veterinary microbiology, which I think is super cool, and you're head of the microbiology vaccine section of Germany's Federal Institute for Vaccines and Biomedicines. Did I get that right? Yes.
I'm working the human vaccine field.
Oh. Then that's what we're going with. And so the question I have for you specifically is, so as it stands, the development of medicines, including vaccines, involves testing on animals. And I'm just wondering, are you seeing that there's a movement towards reducing or replacing animal testing with other methods? And how does this tie into efforts to improve the overall environmental sustainability in the field of public health? So.
Thanks for the question, Sarah, and thanks for the invitation to EDQM. I mean, the short answer is a clear yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
I see a clear improvement. I mean, I guess everybody is aware that animal tests are still part of the development and also part of, at least for some of the products, part of the quality control of the products. That's especially the case for vaccines, for example, the field I'm working in. Mm-hmm. And what are the reasons for replacing or refining? Yeah. And refining means that's making them better in an animal welfare perspective, in the number of animals you are using, or reducing the number of animals you are using, or the harm you are exposing them. That this kind of stuff is changed. What are the reasons for reducing this animal tests? Beside the quite obvious ethical reasons from animal welfare perspective, there's a clear legal obligation in the European Union, in all the member states, as European Directive on that, which is transposed to national laws. But also very important from my point of view, there are also scientific reasons to
I'm very interested to know more
replace animal tests. And just to give you a few examples, animal tests are usually associated with intrinsic high variability. That's obvious. The results coming out of these tests are highly variable or show high variability. Mm-hmm. If you move over to an alternative test, this is often much more precise and shows much less variability. That's one advantage from a scientific point of view of an alternative test. Another advantage might be, that's not in all cases, might be That's, for example, the case for safety tests. If you are checking for residual toxin, for example, in vaccines, alternative tests might be much more sensitive for detecting toxins than the animals. That's, for example, a case for pertussis toxin. The classical test in the past was a mouse test, and the new test is a cell culture assay, and the cell culture assay is much more sensitive. So it really improves your quality control in your strategy, in your overall strategy. How to establish alternatives? The first step is always you have to develop the alternative on a scientific basis. That's usually done at university level. The OMCLs play a quite important role in that context because they are exposed to this kind of tests, but especially also industry itself has a high interest in developing alternatives, because I mean animal tests are often quite expensive. They are long-lasting. That's a very important factor also for industry. Alternatives are usually much more shorter in concerning the time you need for the testing itself. That's the first step in establishing an alternative, the scientific development. A further one is, if you have developed your alternative, you have to show that it's applicable and feasible in a real-time condition, real-time environment, and also for the products you intend to test. That's something that has to be shown after the development of the test itself. And here the EDQM plays an important role. The biological standardization program that is hosted by the EDQM is organizing collaborative studies to show that the tests that have been developed by scientists, that they are applicable for the products, that they can be run on a long-term basis with all the material needed, with the reference material needed, etc., which has to be developed too. And last but not least, if you have shown in the development that the alternative is applicable, you also have to implement it into the relevant regulation. And that's, for example, again, a very important role of the EDQM. That's, for example, the European Pharmacopoeia, where you have to implement then the alternatives. In total, the biological standardization program at EDQM has organized more than 10 collaborative trials on alternatives for animal tests that had an impact on the European Pharmacopoeia, which is a huge success from my point of view. 6 out of them had a real, were real replacements of animal tests, so it means you had an animal test beforehand, and that has been replaced completely. For example, a test for residual pertussis toxin for pertussis vaccines replaced by a cell culture assay. And in total, that's a big success story from my point of view. And I think overall, the EDQM plays a considerable important role in the overall process of establishing these alternatives, and also brings it to real life by implementing it to the relevant European regulations, what has also a quite huge impact on a global level at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that answer. And it's definitely something that people are thinking about in Europe as well as in North America. I'm from Canada, and we also are seeing a shift away from animal testing, whether it's in pharmaceuticals, but also in cosmetics. So definitely something that people are thinking about. And I really appreciated that in addition to the ethical and moral case for using alternatives, you gave us the scientific case. And I really never thought about the fact that in an animal model, we have a lot more heterogeneity. So that's a very interesting point in favor of an alternative model that's a bit more standardized and that can be more replicable. So that's very interesting. Thank you very much for that. It is now time for me to stop asking questions and for y'all to start asking questions. So we'll see what you have put on Slido. Another great, wow, 13 questions, lots of them. Very interesting already on Quick Scan. 50 likes. We really have to start with that one. Okay. So why is sodium nitrite in food, E250, which can form nitrosamines in the stomach or during cooking, less regulated than nitrosamine impurities in medicines? Whoa, that's a tough one. Okay, I'm looking at our panelists. If no one volunteers, they will be voluntold. Who wants to take this tough question? Marcus, I see you nodding a little bit, so we're going to go with you first.
It will be a very short answer. It would be nice to have EFSA and EMA comment on that. I don't think we have anybody here in the room, but I mean, first of all, as you're aware, food is in the remit of, if you look at Europe, of EFSA, the European Food Safety Agency.
Yeah.
So they would have to look into that. I don't want to comment on EFSA.
You said EFSA and whom?
And EMA, in the European Medicines Agency, because the second part of the question is actually then the comparison to medicines. Right?
I'm going to break code for a second and see, is anyone in the audience from EFSA and feels brave enough to put their hand up? Alternatively, you can come and find me afterwards if you want to give me the answer, because I'm curious about it. Anyone here from EMA? Brave soul? All right, so we're going to stick with our panelists, but if you do decide you want to give us an answer on the lowdown, I'd be very keen to hear about it, both as a doctor and as a journalist. So does anyone else on the panel want to take this question that has 50 thumbs up? Petra? Yes.
I think the difference is like medicines are highly regulated products as such. And by that also the fact that impurities that should not be contained in medicines are also regulated, and limits are quite common. A concept of how to determine the amount of impurities that is allowed in medicines. Now, the medicines affected by the Satan in contamination with nitrosamines, they are blood pressure lowering medicines. Mm-hmm. Basically taken for years or for a lifetime, so it's also a question about the exposure over time that plays a role, where you have maybe a steak, once in a while that you kind of put on your charcoal grill and produce a certain amount of nitrosamines as well. And then I think it's also a question of there's still individual freedom of choosing what you're eating,
right?
And the awareness. I think it's also a question, are people really aware of what they take in with some French fries, dark brown French fries, or the steak that they are eating? It's also a question
in Belgium with fries.
The individual education and the knowledge about these kind of health risks. So that's just an attempt to look at certain aspects that may address the question.
That's a very interesting point that you make about the element of choice. We don't really choose what manufacturer makes our medications or which medication necessarily we should be taking for our blood pressure, but you're right, I do get to choose how many portions of Belgian frites I eat in a week. And the answer is a lot. They're delicious. All right, so we're gonna head back to Slido and see what the next question that got 33 likes. Okay, so how can we predict which medicines might become unavailable on the European market in order to be ready? Oh, this is a great one. I can already pinpoint a couple of people who might have an answer. I'm gonna go with you, Salvador, just because you did talk to us about the two different, approaches to drug shortages. Current drug shortages and potential drug shortages. So I feel like it's an expansion of your second point.
what I tell you is that one of the things to take into account are those medicines that are essential, so life-saving medicines. This is a first point, and many institutions are working on that.
Right.
So we are also taking the experience and the work that is being done in different countries in the EU and the EMA, so we are not starting from zero, of course. Then I think that here will be the work of the CDPPH to set the methodology on how to select and prioritize those medicines. And at the level of the group of experts of the Commission, this methodology will be applied. This is how we are doing the coordination.
Pavle, I see you nodding. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yes, definitely. This was, again, something that we have been talking about on our meetings, and we have increased the number of meetings, including the online ones, and especially the Secretariat and the Chairmanship have been doing quite a lot in this regard. And yes, I mean, once again, coming back to the previous discussion, it's sometimes a little bit different in a big country, in a smaller country, and really something that we need to find the least common denominator that can be applicable throughout Europe, and that is not easy, I can tell you that. But on the other hand, we are very, let's say, clever people around the table, I'm excluding myself, and we need to really start thinking about what's coming up next, especially regarding the outside threats, the unfortunately geopolitical situation that we have to be aware in our region, then other possible issues that come into play, and then of course communicate once again with the industry, really be straightforward, really be honest and say, okay, let's see what comes in the near future and in the foreseeable future, and what can we do collectively to prevent the harm to our patients. It really comes back to the patients, and we always have to remember their faces. We also have to remember that these are peoples, and all of us in this room, we are all patients, so, and one time or another we will face this. So this responsibility and commitment, I think the passion in this sense is also essential, not only the expertise and the knowledge, but also the way of approaching the issue and, you know, working voluntarily, working long hours, trying to find answers to the questions that are really, really not easy to say.
Thank you very much. I have a question which I will not ask now, but about how we even define what an essential medicine is something I've been thinking about a lot. Like, who gets to decide what's an essential medicine? But that's a question for another day, because we have other questions here on Slido. So, all right, so the next questions, there's a tie, so I will have to make a judgment call. So how do we balance economic incentives for industry to manufacture profitable drugs in sufficient numbers with political incentives to restrict drug cost? Or how can we predict which medicines might become unavailable in the European market in our second one? So how do we balance economic incentives for industry to manufacture profitable drugs in sufficient numbers with political incentives to restrict drug cost? Drum roll, please. I voluntold you, Marcus. I don't know if restricting drug cost is essentially like what your jam is about, but
I did elaborate a little bit already on that point before. I mean, in the end, it's actually all about the balance, right? And having all the stakeholders around the table. And one of the points, I don't know how much you're familiar with that, but I mentioned the General Pharmaceutical Regulation update, which is ongoing these days, and far more than thinking about manufacturing, what is actually in the news, and you have certainly seen that, is about the regulatory data protection. Yeah? And I don't want to go too much into details, but it's all about a balance, right? Mm-hmm. To strike the correct balance. And I think just thinking about reducing data protection and just, you know, with that, in that way, reducing overall costs, from our perspective, is certainly not a good solution. It has to be something that basically works for everybody at the end of the day. So, I mean, obviously, we were engaging in a debate and making and showing also how important it is when you think about it from an element of innovation, that what you innovate has also some protection on the market, right? It's
Right.
about intellectual property, but it's also the so-called regulatory data protection on the market. So, I mean, this is something that is pretty high up at the moment at the political debate, but I think it matches very well, or goes back very well to this question. It's all about a good balance. You cannot have innovation for free. I think that's the point.
True, yeah. Anyone else want to add anything to that question? We have time for another one otherwise. All right, so let's get back to our Slido board and see what our next tough question will be. So with 15 votes, we are going to go with how to ensure the complementarity of actions on shortages between the EDQM drug formulary and other organizations' actions, such as EMA, EU, WHO, and OECD. I think this is a great question because tomorrow we're going to be talking about collaboration, and the slogan of the conference is today, tomorrow, together. So it's a bit of an early taste of what tomorrow's conversation will be like. So does anyone want to take on this question? Over to you, Petra.
Yeah, I think the key of ensuring complementarity, and I appreciate also that the term was mentioned by Rainer Becker this morning, because I think it's really critical that we do not duplicate efforts in this situation. And how to achieve it is through mutual representation, ensuring awareness of the different initiatives, knowing what is going on, exchange information also on what is being done. And I think we are on a good track with that, with the EDQM being involved in the activities of the EMA under its expanded mandate to address shortages, by also being involved in the Critical Medicines Alliance. We also have increased our exchanges with OECD, and we have a well-established cooperation and exchange with the World Health Organization. So I think through these partnerships and the exchanges that we have on a regular basis, we can really make sure that our actions remain complementary, and we use the resources that we have really to maximize our impact on this challenge and threat to public health.
Thank you very much. Any other final concluding thoughts before I wrap up this session? Well, thank you again to our audience for submitting those excellent questions, and a big thank you to our speakers for their answers on how these paradigm shifts are playing out in public health, whether it's the greater focus on environmental sustainability, on cost efficiency, or how we incorporate more principles of crisis preparedness into the work that we do. So please join me in a big round of applause and thanks for our fantastic panelists. So I'd like to ask our panelists to regain their seats in the auditorium. And it is now time for our last session before lunchtime. So far we've heard about how experts navigate complex public health challenges, and we've heard about some of these paradigm shifts within public health. It's now time for us to shift our attention to novel therapies. What exactly is a novel therapy? Well, it sort of depends whom you ask, but also when you ask. I mean, it wasn't so long ago that vaccines and blood transfusions were considered revolutionary, and I'd personally argue that they very much still are. So during this session, we're going to focus on unlocking the potential of novel therapies, not just as they are defined today, but as the paradigm shift they represented just a few decades ago. These were pioneering innovations in their time, and although they might not be considered novel within our more specialized community, I do think they remain groundbreaking to the wider public, and it is also very much true that their benefits can be further maximized. So we're going to hear about therapies like vaccines, blood and plasma products, transplantation, some of the really essential therapies that don't necessarily come into a neat little pill. So we've assembled a great group of experts who will help us understand how we can further unlock their potential. And as before, please submit your questions for them using the Slido QR code and vote for your favorite questions. And I'm really looking forward to them. So I'm going to call out our panelists, and I'd invite them to join me on the stage over here as I call their name. So I'd like to first welcome back Katerina Brezovska, who is a member of the General European OMCL Network Advisory Group. Welcome back. Right back to the stage. We are also joined by Florence Baron-Papillon, who is President of Vaccines Europe. Thank you so much for being with us, Florence. Next, we have John Kinsman, who is an expert on social and behavioral change at the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control, more commonly known as the ECDC. So welcome, John. Thanks for being with us. Next, we have Beatriz Dominguez-Gil, who is chair of the European Committee on Organ Transplantation. Thank you so much for being with us, Beatriz. I see you right there. We are also joined by Olivier Tonat, President-elect of the European Society for Organ Transplantation. Welcome, Olivier. We will also hear from Joanna Castren, who is chair of the European Committee on Blood Transfusion. Thank you so much for being with us. And last but certainly not least, we will also have with us Pierre Tiberghien, who is president of the European Blood Alliance. And as you can see, we've got a full house. So we're going to get right into it with some questions. And then once again, I'm counting on all of you for your great questions on Slido. So I am looking at you right in the center, Katerina, because I'm going to be starting with a question for you. It's a question about vaccines because I do think they're very much still on people's minds, and we just talked about them in multiple different contexts. But as far as a novel therapy, we obviously just saw the rapid development of COVID vaccines. We also saw the recent development of the vaccine for respiratory syncytial virus, so RSV. And we know that there's lots of vaccines that are also in the pipeline coming down. So vaccines are, in essence, still novel therapies as we have new kinds of vaccines being developed. So I'd love it if you could tell us more about the process leading to the development of vaccines as well as their approval.
Okay.
All good, yeah.
Thank you for your question. So yes, as you mentioned, vaccines are very important since they have been used for many years in the past for immunization of the human and animal population. And they help prevent deadly diseases and save millions of lives every year on a global level throughout the world. So the development, there is still big interest in development of new vaccines, but the development process is a very long and complex process composed of several different stages. So the first stage of vaccine development is the stage of research and discovery of the vaccine. In this stage, a vaccine candidate is being selected through conducting different research activities and laboratory testing based on the knowledge of how the infectious agent causes the disease. Right. And after the vaccine candidate is being selected, then the next step is, again, scientific research and testing for developing a suitable vaccine formulation that can be used for immunization of humans and animals. So after the vaccine has been developed and manufactured by the manufacturer, then it undergoes a lot of testing, rigorous testing, which is performed by the manufacturer. Additionally, it undergoes scientific evaluation by regulatory authorities in order to confirm the quality, safety, and efficacy of the vaccine. Mm-hmm. So first, I will explain about the quality of the vaccine. The quality of the vaccine is confirmed by evaluation of the production process of the vaccine in order to confirm that a manufacturer is able to produce a vaccine with sustainable quality. Additionally, laboratory tests are performed in order to confirm the identity, purity, content, and potency of the active substances of the vaccine. Additional tests are performed to confirm the identity and purity and content of the excipients in the vaccine formulation, especially when in cases where adjuvants are used. Mm-hmm. And additional different parameters are tested depending on the vaccine formulation in order to confirm the vaccine quality. Regarding the safety and efficacy, these parameters of the vaccine are evaluated by evaluation of the data submitted by the manufacturer from the conducted clinical and preclinical studies. And during this evaluation, the regulators have a very important task to answer several questions. For example, is the vaccine effective? Is the vaccine safe for use? What is the optimal dose of the vaccine that should be used? Does the vaccine cause side effects? What are the most common side effects? Are there any serious side effects? How the immune response will correspond to the vaccine? So after answering this question and after the scientific evaluation confirms that the benefits of the vaccine outweighs its risk, then the vaccine can be approved for the use in humans and animals. So additionally, regulatory authorities conduct inspections on the manufacturing site of the vaccines in order to confirm that the information submitted during the marketing authorization procedure reflects the real processes in the manufacturing site. So this control doesn't stop here after approval. So after the vaccine are being approved, they are monitored with market surveillance in order to confirm their quality, safety, and efficacy in real-world use.
Right.
So this evaluation is done by analyzing the data collected from the pharmacovigilance system, from EUDRA vigilance system, from the submitted reported side effects or suspicious side effects by the patients and healthcare providers. So in case any additional concerns arise from the vaccine, then the regulatory authorities can give some recommendation or undertake several measures. So regarding the quality, checking the quality of the vaccines, as you mentioned in the introduction, the pharmaceutical legislation in European Union foreseeing the OCABRA system, which means Official Control Authority Batch Release. That means that each vaccine batch is being tested before being placed on the market by the independent official medicine control laboratory. So each marketing authorization holder of the vaccine has obligation to send samples of each batch of the vaccine to the official medicine control laboratory together with the production protocol. So this OCABRA means evaluation of the production protocol of the medicine, of the vaccine at minimum, and then conducting laboratory testing to confirm its quality. So if the results are compliant, then OCABRA certificate is issued and the batch of the vaccine can be placed on the market. In case if the results are non-compliant, then the vaccine cannot be put on the market, and all the stakeholders are informed, including all the members of the OCABRA system. So in the conclusion, I would like to emphasize that the development and approval process is very complex process, including rigorous testing, research, evaluation of the submitted documentation, controlling, monitoring, surveillance in order to provide that vaccines are safe and effective and safe for use in the patients.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive answer, and you're absolutely right. The word that kept coming to mind is that this is quite complex, this process of the development and the approval of vaccines. I'd like to turn over to you, Florence. So we've just heard about just how complex that process of developing and approving vaccines is. But how can we accelerate the availability of the vaccines once they are developed and once they are approved in the future?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes. So first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting Vaccines Europe to this important meeting. We are very happy to be there, and I'm very happy as well to provide the view of our Vaccines Europe members on this very important question. So just one word on Vaccines Europe, because Vaccines Europe is maybe not known to everybody. It's a specialized vaccine group within the EFPIA. So my colleague Marcus was just before in the panel. And we gather all the innovative research-based vaccine companies, whatever the size, small, medium, large size. We are 14 members, and we are really focused on a public health mission, which is to foster innovation and value recognition of life course immunization to protect people against evolving health challenges. So, of course, everything that can be done to accelerate the availability of vaccines is of high importance for us, and we strongly believe that a European immunization strategy is essential to build an innovative, an healthy and a prosperous Europe, meaning that by prioritizing immunization, we can really connect the dot among all stakeholders of this fantastic vaccine ecosystem in which we all operate, and make sure that we have well-resourced and equitable access to this immunization across the 27 member states. So, of course, I think the COVID-19 vaccines, everybody mentioned the pandemic and the COVID-19 vaccine, at some point put light really on the vaccines. But for decades, indeed, the vaccines, the immunization, have shown really their public health and economic value. Today, more than 20 infectious diseases can be prevented by immunization in Europe. If you think smallpox is the only human disease that has been eradicated thanks to vaccines. You think cancer, there is vaccine against HPV and hepatitis B-related cancer. And in our pipeline, all our vaccines, Europe member company, we have more than 100 vaccine candidates, and half of them will tackle disease for which there is no prevention today. So everything we can do, of course, to accelerate that is of great importance. And economically as well, we know that all our healthcare systems are under pressure. But annual influenza vaccination, for example, generate 300 million euros saving in the healthcare system. And we have also some evidence that government, by investing €1 in the adult immunization from the age of 50, they have €4 in terms of economic return over the lifespan. So a lot of evidence there. But we need, of course, in fact, to be fast enough because the virus spread very fast. The virus have no border. And this is why we are very committed, of course, to the supply of our vaccines to deliver fast and at the right time for the population that deserve it, meaning really in Europe, but also globally. And for that, the cooperation with all the stakeholders in the process that Katerina was explaining, EMA, EDQM, obviously, the National Competent Authority, the European CDC, I think we have colleagues there, the European Commission, of course, WHO. All together we can really make a difference, and we made a difference really during the pandemic. Katarina mentioned as well that vaccines are a complex biological product with complex manufacturing and control processes. But maybe something you didn't mention, and I would like to ask the question maybe to the room, if I may. Do you know how long it takes to produce one lot of vaccines? Do you have an idea?
I think I have an idea.
I think no. But just bear in mind that it's between 18 and 24 months. And it can be even up to 3 years when we think about the most complex multivalent vaccines. And of course, we have exceptions like the annual influenza where it's shorter than that. And even during COVID, of course, we compress by the regulatory flexibility, by working very early all together, we compress that to less than 6 months, depending on the technological platform, but with no compromise of quality, obviously, because it's at the heart, in fact, of what we need to deliver. So availability, of course, is production. It's also manufacturing capacity. So anticipation, we need at least 5 years to have a new facility validated to do mass production. It is also related to procurement. It is also related to forecasting the demand appropriately. So, there is many factors that impact that as well. And I would like to stress as well, you mentioned safety. So safety and efficacy, of course, are paramount for vaccine. And again, you said it, that before, in fact, being licensed, there is a very rigorous, long process, development, testing, documentation with the regulatory authority. Independent batch release as well, you mentioned it, is done for the vaccines before they reach the market. So for us, having this close collaboration with EDQM, with the National Control Laboratory, with the OMCL, with the network GEON, is essential in order to accelerate the access to the vaccines to the population. And an important, something I wanted to stress as well on behalf of our member, is the role of EDQM and the role of OMCL in the standardization, I think it was said several times today, the harmonization, but also the promotion of reliance with countries outside of Europe, because we act as well as global player, and it's important to avoid any, I would say, useless duplication of efforts. So I think, to make it short and to conclude, most probably, I think we all have a role to play to accelerate the access to vaccines, to make sure that the population is trusting as well vaccines and that we have strong immunization policies. On our side, we are very much committed to lean our areas of expertise, from the research to the development to the production, and make sure that ultimately, in fact, we can bring safe and efficacious vaccines to the population and protect millions of lives. But happy to answer two questions just after.
Thank you very much for that answer. And it sounds like it's not as easy as just producing more vaccines. There's a lot of behind the scenes and preparatory steps that can facilitate the availability, accelerate the availability of vaccines. You touched on a theme that I want to cover next with a question for you, John. So you talked about vaccine trust and vaccine acceptance. So one of the tricky things is that just because a vaccine has been developed, just because it's approved, and just because it's available, doesn't mean that everyone will agree to have the vaccine. And I mentioned in my own introduction that vaccine hesitancy is one of the biggest public health threats that I see. And so on our panel, we have the pleasure of having John with us. And John has a very cool job. You are an expert in social and behavior changes when it comes to infectious diseases. So I can't think of a more perfect person to swing this question to. So it's a two-parter. So the first part is, how is vaccine hesitancy talked about in Europe? Like, what's that conversation like? And secondly, what can countries do to boost up their vaccination campaigns, knowing what you know about the psychology of people?
Thanks very much. Yes, okay. Thank you very much. How is vaccine hesitancy talked about in Europe? Well, very briefly, it's talked about too much. And let me
Sorry, I contributed
No,
to
it's
that.
all right. Let me explain what I mean. It's a very overused word, a very overused term. Obviously, there are people who are vaccine hesitant who have serious questions about safety and effectiveness of the vaccines. But what we often find is that the term vaccine hesitancy is used as a sort of umbrella to cover anyone who doesn't get vaccinated. And that's a very big problem, because in many, many cases, if not most, it's not the fact that someone has personal doubts about safety and effectiveness, it's other issues that are getting in the way of them being vaccinated. For example, during the pandemic, if you looked at the people who, age group of people who had been vaccinated, which we did at ECDC, it was quite clear, obviously with age, you have more people being vaccinated, but it reached a peak at around about 75 in many countries. And after the age of 75, vaccine coverage rates actually went down. And that's somehow counterintuitive in terms of the fact that the people who are above the age of 75 are medically quite vulnerable. So therefore, why were they less vaccinated than people who were 75? And this was the case in many countries. Well, it had nothing to do with the fact that they were more reluctant to be vaccinated. It had to do rather with the fact that the services were not able to reach them. So when we talk about vaccine hesitancy, if we use that term to describe these people, it's actually, frankly, victim blaming. It's not an appropriate term for those people. The service is not reaching them in the way that it should. So very briefly, in terms of how is it talked about, it's a term that I think we need to use with great care. We need to, instead, I prefer to flip it the other way around. Instead of talking about vaccine hesitancy, I think it's appropriate to talk about vaccine acceptance and uptake. So we switch it into a more positive way of looking at the issue rather than a sort of blaming issue that those people are being intransigent and difficult and that they really ought to listen to us, the experts. That's not the way we should be framing this. So that would be my first point there. In terms of how we can enhance vaccination campaigns at national level, one of the problems, again, reflecting back during the pandemic, why many people were not being vaccinated, we in ECDC, we sit in Stockholm and try and understand from there what's happening in the different countries. And it became quite clear that not all, or indeed rather few of the countries, had a systematic approach to understanding what was going on in their populations in terms of understanding their perceptions of and their acceptance of, psychologically, of the vaccines. And the result was, since the countries had really many countries had not a very deep understanding of what was going on, the promotion strategies were probably not targeted as well as they could have been. If you don't know what your population is thinking, and you have an intervention which is targeting one thing, but in fact the issue is perhaps subtly different in parts of the population, you're missing the target. And so therefore you have a problem by not knowing what your population is thinking about the vaccines. Luckily, we do have a number of social science or behavioral science frameworks for understanding this. And one of the jobs we have at ECDC right now is really trying to promote. We have one model that we're really using. And I just want to give you an example, some of the examples of some of the models that are used. And you may be familiar with these through your exposure to the issue. There's one which is relatively old and quite well established, which is called the 3 Cs. And the 3 Cs model focuses on confidence, complacency, and convenience. So if you think about the issues that someone may be facing with regards to vaccine, these 3 issues can be quite fundamental. But it actually has gaps. So then a group in Germany actually came up with the 5 Cs, which is confidence, complacency, constraints, calculation, and collective responsibility. I could go into all of those in detail, but I'm just giving you an illustration of the fact that this is an expansion of the 3 Cs. And then someone came along and said, no. The 5 Cs doesn't cover it all. Actually, it should be the 7 Cs. So then they added on to those 5, compliance and conspiracy. So this was obviously, you can see where we're going here. This was a pandemic issue. Well, C has dominated so far, but A got in on the act, because we also have the 5 A's. Access, awareness, affordability, acceptance, and activation. So now you can see the social scientists are getting going. They're really trying to see who can outdo the others. And then WHO has come up with actually a very good framework, which is called BESD. I wish they'd come up with a slightly more exciting name. BESD stands for the Behavioral and Social Drivers. And actually probably in terms of how comprehensive it is and how well it describes the different issues, it's possibly the best. But it's a bit complicated because it has lots of arrows and boxes and things like that. So for a non-social scientist, it's perhaps a little bit not so easy to grasp. So what are we doing? In ECDC, we use the 5 Cs. The reason for that is because it's intuitively easy to grasp, and for our stakeholders who tend to be epidemiologically oriented or clinically oriented, working at national level, it's quite easy for people to get it. We don't want to overcomplicate things with social science models. By the way, also, I discovered when we were having some bilaterals with some of the countries that I said, I'm very sorry that this is 5 Cs in English. And in Estonian, apparently, they also managed to translate the 5 Cs into 5 Cs in Estonian. So it can be done in other languages too, which I was quite pleased about. So basically, with what you can do with this concept, by looking at the different Cs, there are tools for surveys, for understanding each of the different Cs in your different populations. So is it to do with constraints, linguistic, financial, transport, logistical? Is it to do with confidence? I believe this vaccine will not harm me. I believe it will do me good. Is it to do with complacency? Actually, it's a pretty serious disease I need to protect myself from. And if you can understand by conducting a survey which of the Cs and how the different people are interpreting their relationship with that vaccine, you can then target your vaccination campaign much more effectively. And we did this during the pandemic. We had bilaterals with all of the countries. There were 13 countries that were below average coverage, obviously, because you've got 27 countries. So we went to the ones that were having more problems. And we had bilaterals with all of them and conceptually explained how the 5 Cs could be used to facilitate at least an understanding and a thinking about approaching the issue, not by saying people are being vaccine hesitancy, but by rather trying to understand from the population's point of view what their issues were. And this is a key principle. When you have a novel technology, a novel medication, it's important that you meet people where they are and that you understand where they're coming from if you're going to be able to serve them with that novel medicine in the best possible way. It can't mean, we've gone through the amazing discussion about how you create the vaccine, how its access is provided, but if you don't understand where people are coming from and what they think about it, they won't receive it.
Absolutely.
So in brief, that's where we are.
Thank you very much. I find it particularly interesting to think about how we can apply the knowledge on vaccine acceptance to other novel therapies, as you alluded to. And I take note of the fact that, of course, our words matter, and we shouldn't be using vaccine hesitancy as an umbrella term, as you said. So, point very much taken. A reminder to our live audience to please keep sending us your questions on Slido. We are going to take a couple of them at the end of this session. I'm going to mosey my way over to the other side of the stage because we're going to pivot to another novel therapy. So we've talked about vaccines, but therapies like vaccines that are produced and manufactured in a manufacturing plant have a set of challenges, but obviously therapies that are coming from humans, like blood and blood products, face their own separate challenges. And so that's what we're going to be turning our attention to next. So I'm going to start with you, Pierre. There's been a lot of transformations in the field of transfusion medicine in the last 20 years. And as I said in my intro, nowadays, maybe for our specialized audience, a blood transfusion isn't novel per se, but again, for the general public, it's still outside of the realm of the usual therapies that they're exposed to. So, Pierre, I'd love it if you can walk us through the biggest changes you've seen in the field of blood transfusion medicine in the last 20 years.
Well, thank you, Sarah, for this question. And first, really many thanks to EDQM, to the organizers, for giving me the opportunity to be here for this wonderful celebration. When I say me, I mean the European Blood Alliance, which is the not-for-profit blood establishments across Europe. So things have changed indeed in the field of transfusion, and in particular, I think today, but it's been true over the last 30 years, the issue of safety has been quite central to substances of human origin, and particularly of blood transfusion. And when we now think about safety today, I think we can really say that it's the safety of blood products, and generally speaking, so is very good. And we owe that to science, we owe that to research, we owe that to progress in the medical field, but we also owe that in Europe to a common set of high standards put forward by the EU directives and associated and closely associated with the EDQM, and notably through the CDPTS, or European Committee of Blood Transfusion, on my right side, which has really helped in putting forward a common safety background for a transfusion. The upcoming SO regulation we talked about earlier will further increase safety, both for the recipient side and also on the donor side. I'll come back to that because this was something probably that needed to be further emphasized than it now is. And this will be done also in part by increased reliance on expert bodies. And once again here, EDQM comes into play and will be playing a major role. We obviously have to, even if we're happy with this level of safety, we obviously need to be very careful. We need to monitor emerging potential infectious or even transmissible risks, and that is indeed very important. And to highlight another initiative, the European Commission or European Union, which is the European Health Data Space Regulation, which I think will be helping us a lot with that regard. And lastly, when we think about safety, I think that we now clearly need to increase the idea that transfusion appropriateness, what you call globally patient blood management, as well as efficacy is obviously important aspects of safety assessment as well. So once we've talked about safety, I think it allows us to talk about two other aspects important, which is resilience and preparedness. These are words which have already been used quite a lot. But just to mention briefly that with regard to blood components, red blood cells, platelets, plasma, I think we can say that we do have a good European self-sufficiency by and large, and owing to robust individual self-sufficiency in most European countries. And there, just to mention that we owe this to what I've just mentioned, but also to the forefront to donors. And I think this is something I would really like to highlight. These are individuals, all of us, very busy agendas. We take time off. We decide to think about someone else. We move to a collection site, we undergo a blood collection. All this altruistic donation is so essential, and I think it is really important to remind that this resilience of blood supplies in Europe, we owe that to our donors. However, self-sufficiency is not ensured for plasma-derived medicinal products, and notably immunoglobulins, and we currently rely too much on US plasma, about 40% of our needs. And there's a lot to be done, and it is clearly presently a priority for the blood establishments of the public sector to increase their plasma collection with regard to this important objective. If we move to preparedness for crisis, and so what I just referred to, self-sufficiency regarding blood components, as well as the shared processes and safety requirements, once again owing to what EDQM is providing to all of us, are clearly assets. But more needs to be done here with regard to increased resilience. And just, I alluded to the SOHO regulation. It calls for national supply alerts, to national SOHO emergency plans. All this is indeed very important. And there also, to talk about something which was developed by EDQM, is a blood supply contingency and emergency plan, which is now incorporated in the latest version of the blood guide, which is something important for all of us, the 26th edition. All this is essential for this preparedness. All this leads us to the fact that, as we think about preparedness and getting back about innovation, is the development of new blood components, which will help us in times of crisis. Very briefly, freeze-dried plasma, whole blood, cold platelets, other concepts which are all important for us. And if I just can end up by just saying that when you think about transfusion medicine and its contribution to innovation, and notably advanced therapeutic medicinal products and CAR T cells. We've heard a lot about the re-engineered T cells. The blood establishments can really play a big role here, and they already do so by providing the starting material. But we can, and I think it's important to say, we can produce these CAR T cells. And that's something that the public sector can do. We did so for hematopoietic transplantation, the public sector. So I think we can do it again.
Thank you very much for that answer. So it sounds like very much we went from, in the past focusing on the issue of safety of blood products, and now that that's an issue that we have, I would say, well mastered. Blood products are safe now. We're focusing more on issues of supply, which, as you mentioned, is a particular issue for plasma. I'd like to turn over to you, Joanna. It sounds overall like things have evolved for the better in the last 20 years. But surely there are still some challenges on the horizon, and I'd love to know, what challenges do you see in the field of blood and blood transfusion in the future?
Thank you, Sarah. I think I fully agree with all the points Pierre mentioned, but I perhaps come a little bit different point of view or angle onto the same questions. So I would first like to say that I'm not pessimistic. I think all the things which I'm now kind of pointing out as challenges. So we are doing something on it, but I think we could do a little bit better in some of them. So first of all, I think we should always, when we talk about the blood transfusion chain, so we should realize that this is a chain and it has at both ends there are humans. Mm-hmm. There are the donors and then the recipients. And as Pierre said, especially now, the current EU legislation is mainly focused on the recipient safety, which is very good. And then the future SOHO regulation is also pointing the donor side. And if I think, for example, the plasma donors, plasma medicine chain, so for the recipients, we have the challenge that we do not have enough plasma donations in Europe. And then on the other hand, I think we need to work intensive to see what is really safe for blood donors who are donating, the plasma donors. They are blood donors donating plasma. Mm-hmm. What is the safe procedures for them? And then the other thing is that I think we need even better mechanism to be reactive and resilient to all emergency infection threats we have. And not only in Europe, I think this is a global issue. The threats we have in Europe for the blood safety are global issues. And there we need collaboration with ECDC, for example. Then I think about the staff members. The shortages or lack of personnel professionals in Europe is a big issue. And there I think as blood services, blood establishments, we need to rethink which part of the chain is kind of that we need healthcare professionals, and which could be done a little bit differently, using digitalized solutions, thinking that we could also have other professionals than only healthcare professionals. And then as a fourth point, I think we need to work hard on securing the availability of blood donors. I think the donor base is not big enough to be enough resilient for a possible crisis or whatever will happen in Europe. And it's not only about the recruitment, it's also that we need to look carefully on the donor selection criteria, which might be a little bit precautionary on some of the parts. We need to have evidence-based criteria to also awaken trust on donors, that we are deferring them if it's needed. If it's not needed, we should be more liberal on the criteria. And that work is done and we will continue by doing the blood guide more evidence-based than it's ever been.
Thank you very much for that answer. It sounds like at least some of the challenges that stood out to me that you pointed out are issues of the plasma supply, the donor supply, and staff shortages. So we're in short supply of blood donors, of people to work in these centers and in this field, and of plasma itself. So a lot of work to be done to ensure that patients, ultimately what we care about, ensuring they have the access to their therapies. I'm going to make my way over to the other side because we're going to be sticking to novel therapies originating from substances of human origin, but we're going to shift away from blood and towards transplantation, a concept I find absolutely fascinating. So I'm very excited to have some experts with us today to tell us more about it. So Beatrice, I'd like to start with you. Can you tell us what the transplantation landscape in Europe looks like today, and in that field, what are the big challenges that you see?
Good morning, and thanks also for this kind invitation to be in this very important anniversary of the EDQM. And I think I'm going to repeat some elements that have been previously stated from the blood field, because I think we shared many commonalities.
Absolutely.
For you to have an idea, in 2022, we are now completing the statistics for 2023. There were more than 40,000 solid organ transplants carried out in European countries. This is an impressive activity, considering that only in 1954, the first successful kidney transplant was carried out. We can talk about thousands of more patients receiving a tissue, a corneal transplant, skin for the treatment of burns, bone for reconstructive surgery, and thousands of more patients receive an hematopoietic stem cell transplant for the treatment of basically leukemias and lymphomas. So we can say that it's a very well consolidated therapy in Europe, transplantation, with very good results in terms of survival and quality of life. And this has been possible thanks to the efforts on the member state side, creating norms, regulations, organizations, standards, and of course with the support of the EDQM that I think has been pivotal. But this has also been possible thanks to the participation of the community, as blood transfusion, transplantation cannot exist without the contribution of the community, and the trust of the community is fundamental. We have many challenges in our field, many challenges, but I had to select one for these few minutes that I have with you. And I have selected one particular challenge that is of great concern for the CDPTO and for the SOHO field in general terms. And I want to start with a story that maybe is very well known for all of you, which is that of Emily Whitehead. She was diagnosed with a severe form of leukemia when she was 6 years old. She was unresponsive to treatment, and she was the first child who was treated with a CAR T cell and was finally cured when she was having a poor prognosis and was under palliative care. She was cured. She's now an adult, and she is enjoying a healthy life. And this was thanks to a CAR T cell. A CAR T cell is made from a human cell. Emily's cells were transformed into a different form of cell that was considered a medicine. An ATMP, a CAR T cell that brought hope for thousands of patients with no cure for current diseases. But what worries to us about this consideration of human cells or tissues as medicines? Because right now we have human cells and tissues that are used for transplantation or for transfusion medicine, and human cells and tissues that are labeled as medicines or potentially as medical devices. And this has come from, as you know, EU regulations that are influencing also non-EU member states and beyond. Regardless of the classification of these human cells or tissues, we should never forget that they have a common origin, a unique origin, which is the human being. And that entails a huge amount of responsibilities for regulators, health authorities, professionals, and the industry. We have huge responsibility because we are not talking about any starting material. We are talking about a very special starting material. What are our concerns? Our first concerns are the ethical values upon which transplantation has been built. We have clearly stated in the Council of Europe that the human body and its parts as such shall not give rise to financial gain. So of course we need the industry to produce something novel from the human being, but somehow that becomes marketable, and that worries us. It also worries us that something that is altruistically donated by the community is transformed into something that is marketable and that can turn the community away from altruistic donation. So this is something that worries us. Something that worries us is that when we decide that a human cell is a medicine and not a transplantation, we are immediately exponentially increasing the cost of production. And you know all the costs are associated with the manufacturing of a medicine. In fact, ATMPs are the most expensive drugs that we have right now in the market, up to 2 or 3 million euros per treatment. And the third thing that worries us is accessibility, because of the high cost and because the industry may decide they don't want to invest in a particular product. So something that we could be producing as transplantation or providing as a service of transplantation is not delivered to the patients. So what is the way forward? And this is what we are dealing right now. Well, we don't believe it's a matter of confrontation and deciding, well, this is a SOHO, this is a medicine. It's not a matter of confrontation. I think we need to look forward, looking for a framework of cooperation between the SOHO sector and the drug sector. We need to work together because we need each other. We need the industry to produce novel therapies, and the industry is going to need substances of human origin. So how can we work together? And I believe that's where we need to put some of our energy. First of all, maybe we need to make conscious classifications of products, considering the risks, considering the strategy, accessibility. Maybe we need to make these sort of decisions, talking with one another. Also, we need to understand that when some novelties are introduced in the SOHO sector, that doesn't automatically mean we're talking about a medicine. Innovation is the landmark of transplantation, and Olivier is going to talk to you about everything that has happened in transplantation as for today. And we also need to look for pricing models, maybe, of ATMPs and public-private partnership. What we need to look into the future is to ensure that our patients have access to novel therapies of high quality and safety standards, effective, but very important, respecting the fundamental principles upon which transplantation has been founded in Europe. Thank you for this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. You've given us a lot to think about because you're right. These therapies do originate in a person, and that's a different ethical scenario than a therapy that originates in a lab or that originates in a manufacturing plant. So you've definitely given us a lot to think about, and I appreciate it very much. You alluded to the future, and that's where I think, Olivier, you come in. So I know it's hard to predict the future, but Olivier, when you look into the future of organ transplantation, what does it look like for you, and what's the state of innovation in this field? And a reminder to our audience to send in your Slido questions. We'll probably have time for just one, but it better be the most upvoted one, so cast your votes.
Thank you very much. It's a very hard question, as you said.
Yes.
Difficult to look into the future. I'd like to start by thanking the organizer for this kind of invitation. I'm very proud to be with you today and representing the European Society of Transplantation at the 60th anniversary of EDQM. So now back to your question, I think that if we want to look into the future, we probably need to look back and see what we have achieved so far. That's going to give us some kind of direction. And if I have to be honest and a bit provocative, I should say that transplantation that used to be seen as a very dynamic and very active field for innovation. For instance, it has been by doing transplantation that we learn about tolerance, that we learn about developing immunospecific drugs that are now so useful in many, many different ways for different people, like the autoimmune disease, these type of things. I should say that over the last 20 years, the rate of innovation has probably slowed down a little bit in transplantation.
Oh, interesting, okay.
And the reason for that is probably a bit of a lot of things, but I would say that the most important thing is that it's the way we are measuring progress that is now posing problems. Back in 20 years ago, and when I was just starting my career, we were really obsessed by the occurrence of this acute rejection episode in the first year of transplantation. And so collectively, the professional, but also the regulatory agency, we have considered that we had to focus on that, and we decided that that would be the gold standard to develop new drugs. Back at that time, we had new drugs coming. We were comparing them based on this particular thing, trying to find a drug that would give us the less acute rejection episode. And that was quite successful because we reduced the percentage to, let's say, 10%. But when you reach this level, then it becomes dangerous, because if you don't move away from this way of thinking, suddenly it's difficult to find a drug that's going to do better on this particular aspect. It costs a lot of money, you need more people, so the industry pharma company tend to move away from the field because it's not financially viable. And also you realize that it is not the only way, it is too technical, and sometimes you increase the short-term outcome, but it doesn't have a real impact on the long-term outcome. And by reducing rejection, you also have more infections. So what we need to do now to prepare the future is to change the way of thinking. And one thing we need to do is to broaden a little bit the focus on the way we evaluate what we do. We need not only to take into consideration short-term outcome, but to move to more long-term outcome, which are, of course, more important, but also more difficult. We also need to be less focused on rejection, which tend to be our obsession, and accept that we also have side effects. And we need to count these side effects. And maybe we need to accept to have drugs that will be less efficient on short-term outcomes, but will give better long-term outcomes. And actually, that's not a fantasy. That's something that exists. That's not the only thing we need to do. I think we also need to understand by broadening our way of evaluating things, we will have a better understanding of what is the transplantation experience of the patients. And by the way, we should also ask the patient what is his own experience, his own feeling about things. We should move from a too technical way of evaluating what we do to medical, to scientific, to something that would be more, more inclusive to the way patients are thinking. And there are fields in medicine that have been more successful than us up to now, like cancer, for instance, implementing the PROMs, the patient-reported outcome measures, which I think we need to do also in transplantation. And if we manage to do these two things, then we're going to be ready to, of course, embrace the huge potential of the cell-based and novel therapies that have been discussed by different patients. And by the way, the fact of taking care of the way the patient is receiving the treatment is something that has been addressed by the Dr. Kinspan just before the vaccine. It's really true for transplantation. And back to this new cell-based therapy, I think that Beatrice and Pierre has mentioned the CAR T cells. For now, they are mainly developed in the cancer field, but they are a huge potential for transplantation. They could be developed in such a way that they would be very helpful to fight resistant infection, for instance, which I said is a big concern in immunospecific patients. And if we look even further in the future, which was your initial question, we can expect a time, maybe not so long, in which we will have bioartificial organs that will solve the problem of organ shortage. And maybe we will bioengineer this organ in such a way that they will be resistant to rejection, and then we won't need anymore the lifelong immunosuppression I was talking before. So yeah, the future looks bright if we manage to change a little bit our mindset and the way we evaluate things. But yeah, I'd like to conclude by saying that if we want to reach this future, we will need funding. I think that a lot of these discoveries that I was mentioning that are a huge potential for the patients, they are coming from academic research, and academic research currently is not funded enough to expect this translation from research to patients to be fast.
Absolutely.
And this is, I think, a key point that can only be addressed at the level of this, political level.
Well, thank you very much, Olivier, for your answer. You've alluded to the printing of organs, so the 3D bioprinting of organs. So that segues into the tomorrow section after lunch, where we're going to have a whole session on that. So stay tuned for that, for more on that very interesting technology. And I particularly appreciated what you said about how it actually matters what we measure, and changing what we measure can change how we define the success and the progress in a field. So thank you very much for that point. We are going to take a single question from Slido. Ooh, 61 likes. Oh, that's exciting. 27 questions. Ay caramba. Okay. Scrolling back up. So, is it plausible to establish the legal obligation, to vaccinate the entire population, and B, to donate organs and tissues after death? Oh my God, okay. You have lunch now, but I'm gonna give 5 minutes on the nose for this massive two-parter ethical quandary, and I'm gonna direct it to John. So John, this is your TED Talk moment. You have 5 minutes. Is it plausible to establish the legal obligation to vaccinate the entire population and to donate organs and tissues after death? And your time starts now.
Okay, well, if I have 5 minutes, it'll take about 2 seconds, because the answer is no. You can't possibly obligate people to be vaccinated, and you can't possibly obligate people to donate. There are mandates, and we had mandates in some countries during the pandemic, of course you remember that, and it was understandable why it had to be done in some settings, but it created a very strong counter-reaction. And in the long term, that counter-reaction was probably, well, it is pretty problematic, because what it's undermined is trust, and that's the key. If you lose trust in the authorities, if you feel like the authorities are telling you to do something that, yeah, you're a bit unsure about, but you're not quite sure, maybe, maybe not, but the authorities say, do it. Everyone kicks back on that. Well, you don't like it. No one likes being told what to do. No one likes having a needle stuck in their arm at the best of times. But if you're being ordered to do it at pain of a fine or whatever it may be, then you're going to get a lot of resistance. And future campaigns, whether it's for vaccination or other things, will be significantly undermined by that. So that would be my response is no, never obligate people to do it. You have to earn people's trust, and you have to make people accept to do it, rather than to make them feel they have to do it.
Thank you very much, John. Any 60-second follow-ups? Beatrice, go ahead.
Just to back up what has been said, in organ donation, it's been so many times discussed, the presumed consent policy or the obligation to donate. It is trust, as you say, trust in the system, and the majority of people actually wishes to donate after death. What fails is the system in identifying donation opportunities. So trust, and at the same time training professionals and have good systems that are ready to identify donation opportunities. That's the key for success, I would say.
Thank you very much to our panelists for their very succinct but very strong answers on a very challenging question. So please join me in thanking them for their excellent contributions. So we've just heard about some novel therapies that are, innovative in their time and innovative today. On my end, I'm already wondering what novel therapies we'll have in the future, and how we can use today's lessons to unlock the potential of those novel therapies even better. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to be hearing more about some of these other novel therapies that will change our lives, like gene editing and 3D bioprinting, later on today in the conference. And now, without further ado, as I've already hinted, it is time for lunch. It's time for you all to refuel for the rest of the day, and I do encourage you that while you're enjoying your lunch, check out the EDQM exhibition in the hall, and there's some digital tools as well that will tell you more about the EDQM and the EDQM's work. My final important note before I unleash you to the food is to please be back here for 1400, so that's 2 p.m., so we can continue with our next sessions. So enjoy your lunch, and as we say here in France, bon appétit.